Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item of business is member statements. Usual rules apply, and I call Philip McGuigan.
I want to put on record today the successful Cycling Ireland men's, women's, TT and road championships across all categories, juniors, under 23 and elite and paracycling categories that took place in Limerick last weekend. And if I could begin by congratulating Newcastle West Cycling Club and Cycling Ireland for organising safe and challenging races across all the categories that helped to produce worthy winners in all the races. So I want to here pay tribute to the winners and also to their success. To be successful in cycling requires discipline in all aspects of your life and dedication to put in the necessary hours of training in hail, rain and sun. And obviously, as we live in Ireland, that training is done mostly in hail and rain, and sometimes complemented by wind. In particular, Concollier, I want to thank or congratulate the winners who come from the north in their success over the weekend. Dean Harvey, who won the under-23 men's road race, who cycles with Trinity Racing, but began cycling with VC Glendale in West Belfast, and I know that club will be particularly satisfied with the success of Dean. Another local club that helped produce...
Order. Mr McGuigan, I apologise, but I must interrupt you, ask you to resume your seat. It's brought to my attention we don't currently have a quorum, so we can ask that the bells be rung, and you can continue, Mr McGuigan, while that's happening. You can continue, Mr McGuigan.
Okay. I was also just congratulating and paying tribute to another club from the north that will be delighted with the results over the weekend. That's Island Wheelers from Coal Island, and who have shown the dedication to promoting youth cycling, can certainly produce amazing results for that club, but also particularly for the Rafferty family who are leading the way in terms of cycling. I want to pay tribute and congratulate Alaya, who came second in the junior women's time trial. I also want to congratulate her brother Adam, who won the men's under-23 time trial. Cycling Championship at the weekend. But in particular, I want to pay tribute and congratulate Darren Rafferty for his success in winning the Men's Elite Road Race Championship at the weekend. Darren is now a professional cyclist, plying his trade across the continent and doing great things. He is following in the footsteps of being an Irish national road race champion, following some of the greats of our sport here in Ireland. And I have no doubt that he will do Irish cycling proud for the rest of this season and across next season in his racing career across Europe, wearing the illustrious Irish national cycling jersey, and I wish him well in that.
Thank you. Apologies for the disruption, Mr. McGuigan. Stephen Dunn.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal Anne a very swift and full recovery after she was admitted to hospital with a minor head injury and concussion following an unfortunate incident at our Casement Park estate in Gloucestershire at the weekend. Princess Anne is a remarkable lady and has a very well-earned reputation as an incredibly hard-working member of her royal family. In 2023, it was reported by the Telegraph that the Princess carried out a remarkable 457 engagements in the last year alone. Over the years, the Princess has made many visits to Northern Ireland, most recently in April of this year when she visited County Londonderry and County Fermanagh. I've had the privilege of meeting Her Royal Highness a number of times, including when she visited Bangor to unveil the city's official warrant back in 2022, and at a special event for the 80th anniversary of the Sea Cadets in Northern Ireland. And it was evident to anybody in attendance the remarkableness of the Princess and her dedication to service. The Princess Royal has rightly and truly followed in her mother's footsteps in a life dedicated to unwavering service to our nation and Commonwealth. And it is unfortunate that she has had to postpone a planned visit to Canada this week as a result of her injury. Renowned for her devotion to her family, the Princess is one of the most recognisable and well-loved members of our royal family, both at home in the UK and across the world, where she is so highly respected and admired. She has led an incredible life, becoming the first member of our royal family to compete in the Olympics back in 1976. The Princess remains passionate about horses and continues to ride at many state occasions, and most recently, just a number of weeks ago, at the Trooping of the Colour event in London. She also devotes much of her time to supporting so many good causes and charities right across the globe. I'm sure all members of the House, Mr. Speaker, will join me in wishing Her Royal Highness a full and swift recovery and return to public duties, where she continues to be a true inspiration to us all. May we also continue to remember His Majesty the King and Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales as they continue the treatment for cancer at this time. God bless her royal family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring light to something that many constituents have contacted me about, an absolute frustration over a fence that was erected by NI Water on the North Down coastal path. The coastal path is the best asset in my constituency of North Down. It runs from Bangor through Crawfordsburn and Helens Bay beaches, past Seal Hill and Kiltraw, and through to Hollywood. You may be able to see my bias when I say its natural beauty and scenery is unrivalled, with rich biodiversity interwoven into its very fabric. People in North Down cherish our coastal path, and changes need to be done with community consultation at the heart. So then imagine my dismay when in 2019 NI Water erect a large, unwanted fence right on the coastal path, ruining the sightlines and beautiful views of Belfast Lough from as far away as Bangor city centre, and completely overshadowing an existing historic wall, a proud part of the seaside heritage within this city. This fence is a complete eyesore and universally opposed by elected representatives and constituents alike. NI Water cited the reason that they erected this fence in the first place is that one councillor, had asked them to erect a fence around a largely hidden pumping station. The one councillor who asked for this fence to be instated has now retired, and all 40 councillors, 5 MLAs, 1 MP and scores of local residents have all asked for it to be removed, and NI Water have refused time and time again. To bring progress on this work, I coordinated a joint letter to NI Water from all 5 North Down MLAs, requesting to meet together and discuss this fence on a cross-party basis. They even refused to meet us, again citing no because they wouldn't be removing the fence. Whilst the ugly eyesore fence remains, this issue has now escalated. Our planning committee has spent hours deliberating this fence, first to determine whether it was even allowed to be built in the first place without planning permission, and then secondly urging NI Water to engage with the council to find a way forward and get it removed. Again, NI Water continue to refuse to remove the fence. Now our councillors are working at hiding this obstruction in one of our places of natural beauty. This should not be a battle that needs fought. The disdain shown for local people of North Down and those who they elect by NI Water has been incredibly disappointing. Our public bodies and public services are here to serve us all, and I urge the Minister for Infrastructure to explore urgent community consultation and find a solution which actually works for the people of North Down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of South Down, we had a celebration last week where the Schomburg Society in the Kingdom of Mourne opened a new Ulster-Scots centre called the Heartland Hub in Kilkeel, of which I am proud to be a patron. This centre will take forward education, Ulster-Scots culture and sports within our community, and I wish the Schomburg Society every success with that. I also want to wish them well with their Heartland Festival 2024, which starts from this Thursday with the launch of Fuse FM Mourne and a gathering up at the Silent Valley. These 2 weeks in the Kingdom of Mourne lead the way as we inspire people within the Ulster-Scots culture right across Northern Ireland to gather. With a series of events, I welcome everyone to the Kingdom of Mourne to celebrate, culminating in the pageant on the 11th of July. Tens of thousands of people from across Northern Ireland and beyond celebrating this pageant, the concert, the fireworks, and I invite colleagues from right across the chamber to come and enjoy and celebrate this positive Ulster-Scots event and wish the Schomburg Society every success.
Thank you. Public money, we are constantly told, is short and scarce, and I'm sure it is and will continue to be so. And yet, within this House, while many pay lip service to the need to prioritise health, there seems to be a majority in this House who would prioritise the public spending on a sporting facility, namely Casement Park, a project which might well swallow up more than £300 million of public money. And yet it is blindly endorsed by that majority from Sinn Féin, the Alliance Party and the SDLP. And of course, that is done in the repetition of the habitual demand that the British government should foot the bill. And yet, as was rightly pointed out in the newsletter editorial of last week, there was attention drawn to this chorus of demand that it's up to the British government to pay for this, but no pressure whatsoever on the GAA, the primary beneficiary of all of this, who still persists that its contribution will be its miserly 15 million. 15 million when the whole project was meant to cost 70-something million. Still 15 million when it's likely to cost over 300 million. As that editorial pointed out, that is an untenable position. And if the GAA want this stadium, then they have to put their hand into their own deep pockets. This is the richest sporting organisation in Northern Ireland, and yet it thinks it should sponge off the British taxpayer to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds. That editorial was also entitled, "The DUP should make clear its view on the casement costs." Yet yesterday, with the DUP's manifesto, not a mention of casement. We have a minister, Minister Lands, who has ruled out clawback for non-GAA use of that stadium. And so I do say to this House that at a time when we all profess a belief in the need to fund education and health, we really need to get a grip of a runaway project like this and to realise that if it's to be provided, it should be provided in the same proportion as was provided for rugby and football and nothing more.
Call Paul Frey.
Whilst it's true to say that the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission remains silent through the worst excesses of human rights violations during the pandemic and the coercive and discriminatory nature of some of the laws that the Department of Health produced in that time, I commend the intervention by Human Rights Commissioner Alison Kilpatrick when she states that there should be a statutory duty of candor, an obligation on doctors to be fully and completely truthful in order to protect lives and to stop the cover-ups, the atrocious cover-ups that has happened in our recent past. The time for obstruction is nearly over. The time of dragging their feet, dark arts and unethical practices from the Department of Health and the BMA and others are coming to an end. I stand here in support of the Roberts family and other families who have been fighting campaigns to bring truth into the heart of our health service and the people who work there. Not only would a duty of candor, a statutory duty of candor, individual duty of candor, bring that truth, inject that truth into our system, it will also arm ordinary staff members who are told by their line managers to do unethical practices like shred paperwork, like amend notes, and be untruthful with the evidence. It will arm them to say, no, it is unacceptable for you to ask me to do that. It is even unlawful. And that will arm ordinary staff members, doctors, junior doctors and nurses and other staff members within our health service in order that the truth will be shown and that families will get the redress and the truth of what happened to their loved ones sooner. Thank you.
Carl.
The weekend past, activists from the Save Lough Neagh campaign gathered once again to make the case for urgent action to save the lough, and I want to thank them for their tireless work. And despite all the warnings and actions from activist groups and campaigners last year about the algal bloom and the need for action, we are here again with complete inaction from the Dairy Minister and the Executive, and algal blooms once again sprouting up. Stormont, with its previous policies and current lack of urgency, is to blame for this recurring problem. The Going for Growth strategy was a disastrous approach that rewarded polluters and maximised pollution and industrial farming. And this is one of the outcomes of a disaster strategy that isn't good for small farmers, our food, environment, or evidently our fresh water. Mr. Speaker, campaigners for Lough Neagh have been demanding an independent environmental protection agency, urgent investment in research and recovery plan, an end to commercial dredging and a rights of nature for Lough Neagh. Their final demand, Mr. Speaker, has been the public acquisition of the lough. It is totally unacceptable that the Earl of Shaftesbury has rights and financial benefit of the lough because his ancestors stole it. There's been a consensus across most of society that it is totally archaic and unfair that this has been the case. And it's worth, Mr. Speaker, reminding the House of what the Minister said about this a few months ago. If people think that ownership of the lough is the solution to the problem, then they're badly mistaken. Public ownership and community ownership is very much part of the solution, Minister. Given the Earl's recent announcement and the fact that the Minister is due to meet him in coming days or weeks, I would urge speedy action to take access and rights to Lough Neagh away from the Earl. It is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that people have profited from the plunder of the lough. It's time to hand it back to those people who need it, who use it and who love it. It's time for public ownership of Lough Neagh. Thank you.
That concludes members' statements. If members will take their ease, the next item of business will be conducted by the Principal Deputy Speaker.
Okay, members. I've received notice from the First and Deputy First Ministers that they wish to make a statement. Before I call the First Minister, I would like to remind members that they must be concise in asking their question. It isn't an opportunity for long introductions, so without further delay, I call First Minister.
The Deputy First Minister and I wish to inform members that the Executive Office will launch a public consultation on proposals to establish a statutory public inquiry and a financial redress scheme for those affected by mother and baby institutions, Magdalene Laundries, Workhouses and their pathways and practices. The consultation will be launched this week. Today marks another important milestone and an acknowledgement of the suffering inflicted on mothers and children in mother and baby institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses. We have spoken directly to survivors and we know that they still suffer the trauma of their appalling experiences, a trauma which was only ever made worse by years of being ignored whenever they sought the justice that they deserved. We took the opportunity at the meeting to thank them for their significant efforts in seeking the truth and acknowledgement for the terrible wrongs that they and others endured. We welcome the cross-party interest and support this important matter has attracted to date. As members are already aware, we are keen to keep working on this movement so that those affected and their families can access truth, acknowledgement and accountability. I am sure we can all agree that they have waited for far too long, and we all want to play our part to address the most difficult and shameful part of our past. The public consultation aims to gather a whole wide range of views. This will help to shape the legislation necessary to set up the inquiry, to establish answers to the three core questions of what happened, when it happened, or why it happened, and who was responsible. Additionally, we want to avoid mistakes of the past where victims and survivors were required to wait for too many years before they could actually access financial redress. That is why this scheme will provide for a more immediate and standardised payment initially. A further individually assessed payment will then also be made available following the work of the inquiry. Victims and survivors have long campaigned for justice, and while we are aware that it has taken too long to get to this point, we really want to recognise some of the work achieved since the Executive agreed the Truth Recovery Design Panel's recommendations back in November of 2021. Notably, the first phase of the investigation has already begun with the appointment of the Truth Recovery Independent Panel in April 23. We want to thank the panel for the publication of its interim report just last month. For both the independent panel and the statutory inquiry to carry out meaningful investigations, it is vital that they have access to records that they can assess, make evidence-based recommendations. For this reason, we are pleased to update members that significant progress has already been achieved in this area. Since this House passed the Preservation of Documents Act back in March of 2022, PRONI has been able to engage with institutions and begin the process of accessing, preserving and digitising and cataloguing approximately 4,500 private records, with over 3,000 of those items being deposited already. All of this work has been progressed in parallel with the delivery of dedicated and specialist support for victims and survivors through the Victim Survivor Service, in partnership with Wave Trauma Centre and Adopt NI. These services have been designed with victims and survivor groups and others to make sure that they are survivor-led, accessible and responsive. And over 300 people have been able to access these support services to date. Yesterday, the Deputy First Minister and I met with victims and survivors from the Consultative Forum, and we felt it was important that they were able to hear at first hand about the next steps in relation to the public consultation and to thank them for all of their efforts to this point. What they need now is the establishment of a public inquiry and delivery of a redress scheme without delay. Members will know from our statement on the legislative programme in recent weeks that we hope to see the draft bill to establish the public inquiry and the financial redress scheme introduced in the Assembly before the end of this year. The consultation will run for a period of 12 weeks. It will involve a series of online and in-person events, and these events will allow those affected to ask questions and gain a better view of the proposals and also help them to contribute. We would encourage everyone who has an interest in the shape of this inquiry and this redress scheme to get involved. This includes those directly or indirectly affected by the institutions, members of statutory and non-statutory organisations, health and social care professionals and the wider general public. All views expressed as part of the consultation will be fully considered before finalising the draft bill. The bill will be brought to the Executive for its agreement before being introduced into this Assembly. Finally, in launching this consultation, we wish again to acknowledge the tireless and effective campaigning of all the victims and survivors which have helped to bring us to this point. Their patience, their determination, their dignity throughout these years has been absolutely remarkable. We hope that the steps that are being announced today will provide them with some comfort and some reassurance that we, as an Executive and an Assembly, are committed to supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you, First Minister. Before I bring someone in to ask questions, a lot of people are in their places at the same time, so if you just bear with us, just try and get up and down again, and we'll try and make sure you're down. So first to ask questions is Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, First Minister, for your statement today. It's really welcome. It's long overdue. Will you commit that if any religious order does not contribute fully to this redress scheme, that the state will pursue their assets to secure the payment in full? And will you confirm the date on which we will know the value of the final payments?
First Minister.
So this public consultation is absolutely about gathering all the information. It's about the framework in which we will proceed forward. It's about giving the powers to the panel and the inquiry to be able to scope out all of the information of the how women ended up in these institutions, what happened to their children in cases where it's a mother and baby, and we need to find out all of this information to take it forward. But I can tell you that we have already started the work of engagement with the institutions, and as I've said in relation to historical institutional abuse, we need to pursue these institutions. They have to pay redress because that is also part of the healing process, but this is going to be an ongoing piece of work as we move through this area of work now. But the priority for the consultation is actually about putting shape to the inquiry itself. What is that inquiry going to look at, the scope of that inquiry, and the panel work as well. So this is very informative, but it's absolutely an opportunity for us to be able to get this right in this instance, and I think we're all determined to get this right.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, today is an important milestone for the birth mothers, adult adoptees and their families who have campaigned for many years for truth, justice and accountability. First Minister, given that there's a long road ahead, will you be establishing a role for an interim advocate to provide individualised support to those seeking to contribute to the inquiry and or seek redress? Thank you.
Yes, I think it's really important that we look at how we're really accessible in the consultation, and certainly yesterday when we met with the Victims and Survivors Forum, we made it very clear to them that we want to be accessible, so we're going to establish ways for them to engage, and there will be someone there that can help them to engage, because I think language is very important, and whenever we're talking about this horrific time in people's lives, so we have to be very sensitive to this, and I want to make sure that we are very sensitive in terms of the consultation itself. We are going to work with the Victims and Survivors group, work with the engagement forum, and make sure that we create the space that people can sit down and in their way put across their views around what they think should happen. So I'm absolutely determined, and I think we can do the right thing by victims and survivors here in terms of making sure that everything that's required for them to be able to participate fully is done.
Sinead Annis.
And I welcome today's statement and wholeheartedly acknowledge the significance of this for the victims and survivors. Can I ask the Minister to set out what powers the public inquiry will have?
Deputy First Minister is going to respond.
So there will be bespoke legislation on this, albeit that it will be very similar to the powers provided for in the Inquiries Act of 2005. There were elements of this that required that bespoke legislation, and that's exactly what we are consulting on. There are 40 pages of consultation that will go through each of those clauses in particular detail. There are many of those issues there's no doubt there will be consensus on, but there are a number of key questions that we have asked to seek the views of the public, but absolutely in particular the views of those victims and survivors and those most impacted by this.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Now, I welcome this statement launching the consultation on proposals for a public inquiry and a financial redress scheme. And the First Minister has mentioned already the issue of access to records. This is a matter raised and a frustration raised by many of those who presented evidence to those of us on the Executive Office Committee. Could I ask the First Minister to say more on how the Executive Office will assist people to access their personal records?
First Minister.
Yes, and thanks for that question. I mean, I think that we all recognise the difficulties that accessing records has caused, and it's been a real cause of distress again for many victims and survivors, and also frustration for obvious reasons. So, as you know, the accessing the adoption records is the responsibility of the Department of Health, who we understand have worked closely with the victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses to revise the guidance that's been used by Health Trust back in November of 23. And then we've also had the implementation of the updated guidance, which is now in effect, and officials are going to continue to closely monitor the situation. There seems to have been some positive movement on this, and we hope that this is maintained over the monitoring period up to November 24, albeit they were aware of continued issues in some areas, and individuals are being supported with those issues as well.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Principal Speaker, I'm delighted that my private member's bill, the Preservation of Documents Act, passed in March 22, is making a significant contribution to initial investigations into this terrible blot on our past. No such legislation exists in the Republic of Ireland, and records have been lost. Will the Executive Office lobby the Government in Dublin to close this gap and make sure that any salvaged records are made available to the inquiry? And also, we have talking about compensation. Will compensation come from the public purse or from the organisations involved in this stain on our care of what were some of the most vulnerable people in our community?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I pay tribute to the member for your private member's bill. I think the feedback on that legislation has been hugely positive. I think it's doing very valuable work, and I think it is certainly something that the First Minister and I should raise to the Republic of Ireland Government as a good example of what needs to be done. Like, the access to information and to that personal information will be critical, not just to the families and those impacted in terms of getting a better understanding about what happened, but of course to the inquiry as well, and that will feed through to the redress payments, not necessarily the standardised payment, although it may be, but particularly in terms of the individual assessed payment as well. So it's a good piece of legislation. I certainly think that other jurisdictions should take account of that, but I think in this context where there's cross-border elements, it would be important for the Irish Government also to consider this.
Thank you. I call Linda Dillon.
And can I thank the Minister for her statement, and as others have outlined, I know this will be welcomed by the victims and survivors who have suffered for many, many years, particularly those women and their adult children. So, Minister, you have outlined that you met yesterday with the Victim and Survivor Engagement Forum. Can you confirm that the victims and survivors will have access to this consultation document before anyone else?
First Minister.
Yes, I think that's really important. It's something that the Deputy First Minister and I listened to very carefully yesterday when we met the victims and survivors, and they were eager, for the right reasons obviously, to have sight of this before it becomes public, given the sensitivity around the consultation itself. So we have committed to ensuring that they get that after we've given this statement this morning to the House, and then we will immediately get the statement to the Consultative Forum so that they have it a full 2 days, hopefully in advance of it being public on Thursday.
Thank you. I call Stephen Dunn.
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Deputy First Minister just to detail what support services are in place for these victims and survivors, and just join with others in welcoming the statement so far and the progress made?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank the member for his question. Yes, it's been a key aspect of this that we recognise that for many, many of those impacted most, this can be a very traumatising and re-traumatising experience as they go through this, and I've no doubt there will be many difficult times ahead for many of those victims and survivors as well. So it was really important that from the outset of this that there was a process put in place to offer that help and support. I'm pleased to say that we've been working through the likes of the Victims and Survivors Service, and over 300 victims and survivors have reached out for that help and support. We do anticipate, as this rolls forward, and there are advertisements, for example, to encourage people to come forward, that more people in those 300 will make themselves known. So therefore we believe that the support mechanisms will increase as we go through this, and we must meet that need.
Thank you. I call Connie Egan.
First and Deputy First Minister, I welcome this announcement today. It is indeed progress. Can I please ask, when navigating the public inquiry and redress scheme, how you will ensure that it is a trauma-informed approach when dealing with victims and survivors from these institutions?
First Minister.
Thank you for that. So the Department is committed to ensuring that we adhere to the 5 guiding principles of trauma-informed practice. So that's safety, trustworthiness, collaboration, choice and empowerment. And all members of the Truth Recovery team have undertaken training in trauma-informed practice and endeavoured to provide that very safe and respectful forum for discussion at the forum itself. And these are, as we all know, very difficult, very sensitive areas that, and we absolutely acknowledge, and did so yesterday again when we met with the victims and survivors, that language is crucially important when we're speaking about such a sensitive topic. So we understand that there, even within the victims and survivors family themselves, there is perhaps a difference of approach or a difference in terms of how people would come at some of these issues around suitable terminology. We don't want to add to anybody's distress, so I think it's important that we are guided by the trauma-informed principles. That helps make sure that we take the best possible approach here.
Call Colm Gildernew.
I got prayer last Jan Corlia and thank the Minister for her statement, important statement in regard to these victims and survivors and campaigners for so many years. Can the First Minister outline if social security benefits are to be disregarded for payments?
Deputy First Minister.
Answer that question. Yes, we are aiming for social security benefits to be disregarded, as in common with some of the other payments in the redress schemes that we've already rolled out through the department. So we're confident that that will be done. There have been a number of those discussions, and indeed that will be touched on in the consultation, but we're confident that they will be disregarded for the purpose of
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you. Can the Minister outline how the Executive Office is ensuring that the work ongoing is trauma-informed?
First Minister.
Yes, I think, as I said, this is really important that we practice everything that we do is trauma-informed, and that we adhere to the 5 guiding principles of safety, trustworthiness, collaboration, choice and empowerment. And as I said, the programme recovery team have all undertaken their training in this area. Sensitive and difficult issues, so it's so crucially important that we're all guided by this.
Call Pat Sheehan.
Thank the Minister for her statement. I wonder, could she outline the process for the standardised and individually assessed payments?
Deputy First Minister.
Question. Yes, there will be a twin-tracked approach in terms of the 2 different schemes, but also in terms of the standard type process to actually roll out at the same time as the substantive inquiry. Now, this is an unusual approach, but it was very much based on our experience of the historical institutional abuse inquiry, where of course the inquiry went first. There was a huge amount of valuable work that was done during that inquiry, but of course it did take a number of years, and we're very conscious that the victims and survivors do have needs right now. That made its way into the considerations around this particular issue, and the recommendation which was accepted was that there would be a standardised payment that would be rolled out at the same time as the inquiry, and then after the inquiry process is completed there would be a second stage which would be an individualised payment. So that will be consulted on. Provision for that will be made in terms of the initial legislation, with the aim of rolling out the standardised payment at the same time as the public inquiry is established and carries out its work.
Thank you. Call Neil McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the First and Deputy First Minister for bringing this statement, and I'm sure that it will bring some relief that we are well on the road to truth and accountability for victims. One of the core questions you outlined is what happened, and last week at TEO Committee we heard about the deaths of infants from mother and baby homes in Belfast that are buried at Milltown Cemetery, where their remains are potentially being destroyed. So what will the First and Deputy First Minister be doing to allow the public inquiry to ensure that the remains can be left in peace?
Thank the member for the question, and absolutely the protection of all unmarked graves and cemeteries is of utmost importance, and we've only seen how across the island of Ireland how that has been exposed as something that's been very real and live to what's happened in our shameful past in terms of how women have been failed on this island. So I think that the protection of the unmarked graves and cemeteries has to be part and parcel of what we're doing. The powers and duties in relation to burials mainly are the responsibility under the Department of Communities. However, this is proposed as an area of investigation for truth recovery, which again hopefully is a moment of progress, and the Truth Recovery Inquiry will have the powers to inquire how the institutions operated, including any burials of persons with institutional links in unmarked graves. So I think that's a very clear commitment in terms of the strength of what the inquiry can do itself. We're also very aware of a specific concern, and our officials remain in contact with colleagues in the Department of Communities and the Diocese in terms of this matter to establish the facts in relation to the issue. So any evidence of any such issues should always be brought forward to the Truth Recovery Independent Panel or to the PSNI if information becomes available to investigate any allegations of criminality if there's any specific concerns to be raised.
Thank you. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Deputy First Minister maybe please detail what advertising and publicity will be put in place for this consultation? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, and thank the member for his question. Yes, indeed, it's critically important that all of those impacted are aware that this process is ongoing and have the opportunity both to feed into the consultation process, but also then to the inquiry and to get access to the redress scheme that will come out of this as well. So during the course of the consultation process, we are intending to hold 8 face-to-face meetings. Those will happen throughout Northern Ireland. There will also be 5 online meetings. The first one of those will be kicking off on the 9th of July. There will be the consultation will be available in a number of different formats. There's also a telephone line for those who want to raise issues about the type of format that they need in order to maximise the access to that. We will also be running a series of newspaper advertisements and also using existing channels, for example, the mailing list that we currently have through the Victims and Survivors Service, but also other contacts that we have for a range of organisations working with victims and survivors. So we are really, really keen, and we would appeal to everybody, please do make yourself known. There is support there, and we really do want to hear from you in this process.
Thank you. I call Philip McGuigan.
Recommendations in the Truth Recovery Design Panel's report was agreed nearly 3 years ago. First Minister, you said that all victims and survivors who were so grievously failed and have lived for many years with the unimaginable pain and trauma inflicted on them, and that their needs are our absolute priority. Will the First Minister confirm this is still her position? First Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I believe that this is a source of shame for us as a society, that women were so horribly failed. The historic treatment and discrimination against women and girls is alive for us all to see. But this is our opportunity as this Assembly, this Executive, to actually try to bring some healing to all those women and victims and survivors that were impacted by this experience. And that's why it's important that we get this work right, and that we're sensitive about how we work our way through it, and that we are as inclusive as we possibly can, and we reach out as far as we possibly can, and that we listen wholeheartedly to the views of the victims and survivors, because this is about them. We have a chance to try to fix, not to fix, but to try to bring some light to what happened to them, to their journey. And, you know, we can only say to all the victims and survivors that we're so thankful for your tireless campaigning, for not giving up, that despite all your setbacks down through many decades, that you have continued on this path, and we're now walking this journey with you as we move through into the consultation and into the public inquiry, till we get to the bottom of how these things were allowed to happen, that lessons are learned, and that we provide the full facts and information for the victims and survivors. I believe this is one of the most important areas of work that this Executive and Assembly are engaged in our tenure in this mandate. We must get this right for victims and survivors. They've been failed at every turn, and I know that we're all determined to do so.
Thank you. That concludes questions on the statement. If members would take their ease, we're running a bit ahead, so we're just trying to ensure that the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is here to make a statement. So just take your ease, please. Okay, members, if everybody could get settled. Thank you. So I've received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. As with the previous statement, before I call the Minister, can I just remind members that they must be concise in asking their question, and it's not an opportunity for long introductions. So without further ado, I call the Minister to move the statement.
With your permission, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the 24th North-South Ministerial Council Environment meeting, which was held in the NSMC Joint Secretariat Offices, Armagh, on Monday the 10th of June 2024. Junior Minister Aisling Riley MLA and Junior Minister Pam Cameron MLA and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting, and I thank them for coming along with myself. The Irish Government was represented by Eamon Ryan TD, Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications, and Malcolm Noonan TD, Minister of State at the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage. Minister Ryan TD chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Cameron, and I'm making it on mine and their also behalf. It was a very positive meeting and a lot of progress was made. I'll now take each paper in order that it was discussed. The NSMC noted that officials from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications and the Department for Housing, Local Government and Heritage have reviewed the work programme of the NSMC Environment sector. Ministers noted that both jurisdictions placed a strong focus on efforts to tackle the challenges surrounding climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, and agreed a revised work programme for the environment sector. In terms of climate and biodiversity, ministers were invited to welcome the presentation on climate change and biodiversity, a shared island approach to climate and biodiversity research, which highlights the potential benefits of a collaborative approach to environmental challenges, and particularly in respect of climate change and biodiversity, through the themes of shared ambition, shared experience and shared opportunities and challenges. In terms of research funding opportunities, the NSMC welcomed the ongoing collaboration and continued delivery of environmental priorities, such as those through the Peace Plus programme 2021 to 2027 and the Shared Island Initiative. Ministers noted the shared challenges faced in both jurisdictions and recognised that there are opportunities to work together in terms of research to manage and protect the environment through informed, evidence-based policy development. Ministers welcomed the strong links between research bodies in both jurisdictions in the field of environmental research and agreed that both administrations will continue to work together to maximise opportunities in terms of environmental research, including those offered by Peace Plus, Horizon Europe, Ireland's North-South Research Programme and the jointly funded research co-centres. In terms of air quality, the NSMC noted that improving air quality is a key priority for both jurisdictions and acknowledged the progress achieved and the challenges faced by both administrations in improving air quality and in particular strategies, initiatives and in collaboration to tackle air pollution on a cross-border basis. And also, ministers agreed to continue collaboration on the key issues affecting air quality, such as solid fuels, communication and policy alignment. In terms of water quality and wastewater management, the Council noted the significant issue of blue-green algae and its impacts on water quality, safety of water use, and the new approaches needed to address its causes and also to manage monitoring. The current position in relation to particular challenges surrounding Lough Neagh was highlighted. The NSMC noted that departmental officials and wider stakeholders across both jurisdictions are actively sharing knowledge and expertise on water quality issues, including through the North-South Water Framework Directive Coordination Group. Ministers welcomed the overall continued high quality of the bathing waters in both jurisdictions and noted the continued engagement between the Department for Infrastructure, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, Irish Water and Northern Ireland Water on exploring opportunities for cooperation, including applications to access funding under the EU's Peace Plus programme. The NSMC welcomed the opportunity for cross-jurisdictional collaboration in the pilot catchment work plan to be undertaken in Newry, Fawn, Glyde and Dee catchment. In terms of the date of the next meeting, the Council agreed to hold the next meeting in this sector in autumn 2024. In closing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the re-establishment of the formal NSMC meetings and look forward to working with my counterparts in Ireland in all areas of cooperation in the environment sector. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, so there you go. I was going to ask us to rise in your place because I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so I call Patsy McGlone.
Minister, in regard to paragraphs 11 and also 14, that's about the cross-jurisdictional between the Republic of Ireland and the government in the north here on projects in regard to research. In particular, I refer to paragraph 14, that's the blue-green algae. Now, I know this is a problem which just doesn't affect Lough Neagh, and that there are a number of waterways in the Republic where the similar problem arises. Is there potential there for cooperation? The SBRI or Innovate UK has been one of those mentioned, but cooperation between both jurisdictions around the science and the remedial work associated with the blue-green algae?
Thank you, Member, for his question. And there already is work ongoing in terms of the co-centres, for example, in terms of that collaboration, because it's absolutely vital that we collaborate in terms of research and science, north, south, east, west, to bring forward potential solutions for this, but also understanding the scale of the problem so that we can work together to address it. So this is quite key, and it's something I want to work on in terms of this NSMC meetings and outside that, together with my colleagues in the south around these issues, because in terms of water quality, we also are very aware that the Lough Neagh catchment area extends beyond Northern Ireland, and there's need for cooperation around that, and that's something that's quite high up my agenda.
Thank you. I call Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for bringing this forward. Just wondering if there's any discussions around the illegal dumping of waste in Northern Ireland that emanates from the Republic of Ireland, and for example Mobile, and I know there's the potential of repatriation of that waste.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question, and I'm aware of the issues around this. There wasn't a substantial discussion in relation to these matters, but they're a matter of concern for me, and it's something I want to pick up with my colleagues over the time ahead. There was quite a lot to deal with in this meeting because of the fact we didn't have any NSMC meetings for a number of years, and it's a key issue in terms of waste and the illegal trade that occurs around this and the impact it can have north and south. So it's something I want to be working with my colleagues in relation to those matters, and I'm happy to also to engage with them as committee chair around these issues.
Okay, Minister, call Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, paragraph 12 makes reference to the importance of improving air quality, and you'll be very aware that your department is currently working on the issue of ammonia emissions as a very key live issue. Was there any discussions with your counterparts on an all-island approach to reducing ammonia emissions?
Minister.
So ammonia emissions from aquaculture and their impacts on protected sites are an issue that is common to both jurisdictions, and the Peace Plus programme may present an opportunity to share knowledge and experience in this area. An additional aspect of ammonia emissions is their potential impact on human health through the formation of fine particles. It is hoped that research commissioned under Peace Plus could help to provide more certainty in this area.
Call John Blair. Or sorry.
Deputy Speaker. Paragraph 12, in relation to improvement in air quality, it is said in the statement that the acknowledged progress achieved. Could the Minister give us an update on what progress has been achieved?
Minister.
Thank you, Member, for his question. The issue of air quality is something that's important to me. I'm currently engaging with officials in terms of our own air quality strategy here in Northern Ireland. I want to get that finalised and be able to progress in relation to that. And it's one of the issues that officials have been working on alongside the issues around water quality. So resources are a challenge in my department, but it's something we're working through and something I've been actually reading through last night in terms of the responses to the consultation around this. The NSMC meeting did have a significant discussion around air quality because the challenges that we have are north and south. Air quality isn't something that stops at the border. It's something that we need to deal with, and particularly in terms of the actions that the south have taken in relation to burning of fuel, we were able to discuss those issues. That's something obviously I have to work with my colleagues in communities and also economy, and that's been fruitful discussions to date, and it's something I want to progress forward because we do need to take action on air quality because there's a real impact upon our humans here in Northern Ireland and their health.
Thank you. John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask Principal Deputy Speaker if the Minister could give us some more information on what was discussed in relation to Lough Neagh?
given the sheer scale of the Lough Neagh catchment area and the transboundary nature of the issues surrounding that.
Minister. Thank the member for his question. The issue of Lough Neagh and water quality was the matter that was discussed at the meeting and in some depth. Because these are challenges that have affected us north-south, and we were looking at the interventions that have taken place in the south and also issues in terms of research. As part of that, the updated members of at the NSMC in terms of efforts that have been progressing to finalise and publish the Lough Neagh report and action plan. I'm very disappointed that it looks unlikely that there will be an executive meeting this Thursday to agree that report and action plan. Time is not on our side in relation to this, and as a result I will be writing to the First and Deputy First Minister requesting that use of urgent procedure to approve the report and action plan. If the executive meeting does not occur this week, and if urgent procedure is not granted, I will have to consider my options in relation to this, because the issue associated with blue-green algae at Lough Neagh is a matter of extreme concern for me. This is a real problem. We need to act in relation to it, and I will have to explore every way that my department can take the actions that are necessary before this. I also think it's important that I take this opportunity to outline in terms of the approach that we should be taking around this, and I've said this in the Chamber previously. It's based upon 4 pillars. It's based upon education, investment and incentivication, but also regulation and enforcement. And it's a very balanced approach, and it's an approach that I feel that we should take forward in relation to this. We all can be part of the solution in relation to this, but we need to take action in regards to this issue. And as hopefully the executive will meet this week. If it doesn't, hopefully urgent approval will be given to the Lough Neagh report and action plan, because the executive needs to step up and back me in terms of the actions I need to take in this issue.
Call Nicola Brogan.
And just to follow on from that there, about Lough Neagh, it's great to hear that it was discussed and still a priority within the North-South Ministerial Council. But Minister, you'll also be aware that over the weekend, Mr Nicholas Ashley Cooper had made comments about the ownership of the loch and his intention to move past it over or transfer it into communities' hands. He also commented how there was actually no body set up to actually take on the loch at this stage. Does the Minister have any intention of discussing this here with stakeholders and councils and that they're involved in it in creating such a body that could take over the ownership of the loch?
Minister. Thank the member for her question, and I'm very aware of the public discourse in relation to ownership of the bed and soil and what Earl Shaftesbury has said in recent days, and I am reaching out to him to seek a meeting to further discuss those issues, and I'm conscious of this issue. I'm conscious of the importance for many people. My own preference is in terms of community ownership around this issue. I'm also aware that Lough Neagh Partnership are undertaking an initiative in terms of future management and ownership of the loch, and I intend to engage in relation to that. The Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan, its real primary focus is upon water quality issues in the loch. So in terms of ownership of the bed and soil, that is not largely within the scope of the report, but there is issues that we will address as part of the report. Particularly as part of that, I'm taking forward an independent scientific review in terms of the impact of sand dredging. I think it's important we do that. So let's view this as lots of opportunities for action. I look forward to engaging with Earl Shaftesbury in relation to this issue, but most importantly, on the here and now, we need to get the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan agreed. Let's get it published. Let's give people hope that we can deliver it for the citizens of Northern Ireland, and we can turn this situation around. I'm very aware of the scenes that are been reported today in terms of blue-green algae and Lough Neagh. This Assembly and Executive has been re-established. Let's use these institutions to deliver good for the people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, every party in this chamber has called for a plan to tackle the issues in Lough Neagh. Indeed, it appeared in the DUP's Westminster Manifesto launched yesterday. Minister, can I ask you for your assessment as to who is responsible for blocking progress on a Lough Neagh plan?
Minister.
So I brought the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan to the last meeting of the Executive, and it was discussed at that. I was given some feedback around that, and one of the ones was further engagement with stakeholders, and I did that. Last Wednesday I met with the Northern Ireland Environment Link, the Lough Neagh Partnership, the Ulster Farmers Union and NIAPA, and engage with them and receive feedback in relation to that. I will be updating the report and issuing that hopefully today to executive colleagues, so hopefully we can get that agreed at the meeting on Thursday, because it's really, really important that we take action. And I see lots of parties have came forward and said we need to take action in relation to Lough Neagh, and I'm up for doing that, and I'm up for working with people to deliver for that. But what I'm not going to do is shy away from difficult decisions, because what I'm going to do is confront the difficult decisions that we need to take in relation to this, because that's what we need to do in order to address the issues associated with water quality. So the Lough Neagh report and action plan is balanced. It's focused upon the issues such as was outlined in terms of education, investment, incentivification, but it also does talk about regulation and enforcement, and it's important that we do that because we have to take a balanced approach to these issues. So this, hopefully everyone can come together. Let's have an executive meeting on Thursday. Let's get the report and action plan agreed. Let's work together as an executive and deliver for the citizens of Northern Ireland, because that's what these people want. And I understand that people may have concerns in relation to the way forward, and I'm happy to engage with people, and as I did last week in relation to this. But together we can turn this situation around and can engage, and we can match manifesto promises with actual delivery.
Diane Forsyth.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I want to speak to paragraph 15 about the continued high quality bathing water commitment, and I welcome the inclusion of this. But representing South Down, coastal area coming into the summer, there are recurring issues with the bathing waters, particularly around Newcastle, and I know these issues reach into to North Down also. So I'd ask if the Minister could clarify what opportunities were discussed as to addressing bathing waters and how that would affect us here, in particular the County Down coast.
Minister. Thank the member for a question on the issue of bathing water quality, something close to my own heart because it's an issue that's been raised by constituents in North Down. What's happened down south, there's been a number of initiatives targeting areas of poor water quality to be able to turn that around. One of them is an acronym, and I apologise for that. It's the ASAP initiative, where it's the engaging in one-to-one in terms of the agriculture community, and that's one of the discussions that were happening in the meeting, and I think there's real benefits for the similar scheme we have here in Northern Ireland, which is in the Upper Bann catchment area, in terms of that one-to-one engagement that's led by the Rivers Trust, to expand that to other areas of Northern Ireland. Now, what I need is funding to be able to do that, and I'll be engaging with the Finance Minister around that, because that's one key way we can improve bathing water quality is in terms of engagement with people. And can I just be clear around this, folks? My heart and my soul is in terms of education and incentivification. It is much better that the problem doesn't occur in the first place and that we don't have to resort to enforcement. That's not where I want to go, okay? And can I say, and it's really, really important I put this on the record, the overwhelming majority of farmers are good custodians of the countryside. They're fantastic custodians of the countryside. We'd be lost without them, okay? But if people are breaking the law, then it's important that we take enforcement action in relation to that, and that's why I'm saying about a balanced approach. But I really want to do that one-to-one engagement with people and bring people with us, and that's where my focus is in relation to this. The other side to bathing water quality is wastewater infrastructure, and ultimately I'm going to stand here as the Minister and I'm going to make a bid for funding for another department. John O'Dowd and the Department of Infrastructure needs more funding for wastewater infrastructure so we can invest in that infrastructure to improve water quality. And I will stand with John at every opportunity to make that case, because that's how we're going to turn the situation around. And that's where I genuinely believe that we can work together to turn this around. I've seen what's happened in the south. I'm going to go down south and actually see some of that initiatives and what they're doing around this, because by practical interventions and working together, we can turn the situation around and give people a bit of hope and move on from a blame game to solutions.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome your robustness in relation to Lough Neagh and other matters. In the days after this meeting, the EU passed its nature restoration law. We still don't have one in Northern Ireland, but in the south they've signed up to those targets. Would you agree with, support and work to implement alignment, at least alignment of those targets north to south? We know in terms of biodiversity loss we are effectively in exactly the same place across Ireland. Would you support those targets, at least those targets going into law here?
Minister.
So I think there is real benefits of enshrining into law statutory targets in terms of nature restoration. Ultimately, what I have to do is work within what I have as a reduced mandate and reduced resources in terms of that legislation, and also get agreement from executive colleagues. I know there's discussion in terms of a private members' bill, and attended an event recently in relation to that matter. But anything we can do to protect our environment, I'm up for doing that, but I have to work within what is a tight budget with tight resources. I've already outlined that I have the same officials who are dealing with Lough Neagh, who are also dealing with air quality, but also a reduced mandate. And the reduced mandate is the consequence of this place not sitting. We've lost 2 years, so I've only really got 3 left from that mandate. And that's why we also need reform of these institutions. Because we need reform of these institutions so we can have institutions that also, when they're back, they operate and deliver for people, and we don't have the politics of veto and blocking things.
So that ends questions to the Minister on this statement. I've received notice from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make another statement. And before I call the Minister, can I just ask people to continually rise in their seat until we get them sorted? Okay, Minister.
So, with your permission, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act, I wish to make a statement about the 31st meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the aquaculture and marine sector, which was held on Monday the 10th of June. The Executive was represented by Junior Minister Cameron and Junior Minister Riley as accompanying ministers, and me as lead minister and chair of the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Minister Ryan for the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications. This statement has been agreed with Junior Ministers Cameron and Riley, and I'm making it on behalf of all of us. And I want to say again that thanks for them to come into the meeting and for working together in relation to these issues and other matters. It's a joint endeavour, as everyone knows. NSMC welcomed the report of the activities of the Lochs Agency, including the ongoing conservation and protection efforts, and the investment in the agency's scientific fisheries monitoring programme, including the introduction of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. Ministers noted in particular the fisheries improvement projects that help to address climate change and biodiversity loss, the successfully delivered catchment care and swell projects, and the wide range of environmental education and outreach programmes, and the pioneering work undertaken in the Sea Monitor project to improve marine research and produce the first Atlantic salmon management plan for the island of Ireland. The Council approved Lochs Agency business plans, budgets and cash grants for 2022, 2023 and 2024, as well as the Lochs Agency 3-year corporate plan. These approvals regularise spend for plans which were unable to be approved in the absence of the NSMC. The NSMC noted all plans were completed in accordance with guidance issued by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure, NDP Delivery and Reform, and they have been agreed by sponsor departments and finance ministers. The Council noted Lochs Agency annual reports and accounts for the years 2019, 2020 and 2021 and have been laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. The Council noted the review of the framework for processing Lochs Agency emergency regulations and agreed the framework is not required for Lochs Agency to carry out emergency functions. The Council welcomed the adoption of the Science Strategy Framework, which provides research to inform management decisions on the management and conservation of salmonoid and other fish stocks, native oysters and aquatic ecosystems. The NSMC noted the multidisciplinary nature of Lochs Agency scientific delivery and the importance of taking an ecosystem-based approach to management of the Foyle and Carlingford catchments. Ministers agreed that Lochs Agency will provide an update on activity under its science strategy at the next meeting in this sector. The Lochs Agency's Climate Action Plan was launched at the meeting. The Council noted that the importance of the work of the Lochs Agency in addressing the impacts of climate change on the aquatic systems, flora and fauna in the Foyle and Carlingford catchments. The Council welcomed Lochs Agency's contribution to addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity and its commitment to supporting obligations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in both jurisdictions, including through the use of nature-based solutions for catchment management. The NSMC commended Lochs Agency for their positive advances in data, knowledge and marine research following the successful completion of the Sea Monitor project. Ministers noted the presentation of Lochs Agency's participation in international research projects. The Council welcomed the agency's continued commitment to scientific excellence through research, including its work with international partners on key projects, including strategic infrastructure for improved animal tracking in European seas. It's a Straits project. We're very good at acronyms in this department. The North East Atlantic Tracking Network, which is NORTRAC project, and the digital twin of the Ocean Animal Tracking, this is a DTO track project, and its work to establish the cross-border marine observation network using acoustic telemetry to monitor key marine species. Finally, NSMC agreed to hold its next Aquaculture Marine meeting late in 2024. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister, just obviously we all want to support you in continuation with your work, but could you give us an indication, please, as to who refused to sign off on the executive meeting on Thursday and what reason was given for that?
Minister.
I think that would be a matter for the First and Deputy First Minister, and what goes on in Stormont Castle is a matter for them to respond to in relation to that.
Okay, I call Tom Elliott.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for again bringing this to our attention. There's quite a bit in it about the Locks Agency, and I know the Locks Agency had a project that they were working with the Forest Service on. I'm just wondering, there seem to be some difficulties with the mapping around the forestry areas, and I'm wondering if that has anything to do with the projects that he mentioned in this.
Yeah. So I'm aware of the issue that the member has outlined, and what I'll do is I'll write to him and outline a bit more information in relation to that, because it is a bit complex in relation to it all, and there's some potentially legal issues around that. So if that's okay, and I'll engage with him and we'll get that letter off this week.
Olanya Murphy.
Príomh-Leas Ceann Comhairle, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement this morning. Minister, I note with interest that the Locks Agency Climate Action Plan was also launched at the meeting. Has it been developed entirely independently by the agency, or has it been designed or co-designed to existing climate targets and action plans north-south?
Minister.
In terms of the Climate Action Plan, the plan sets out clear climate ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030 and to be a net zero and climate resistant agency by 2050. Lough Agency plans to continue to implement nature-based solutions to address the loss of biodiversity, including the implementation of buffer strips, tree planting, constructed wetlands and habitat improvement schemes. The Lough Agency launched this plan at our meeting, and it outlines a number of initiatives, including stuff in relation to buildings and property, travel and fleet, catchment, adaptation and biodiversity, supply chains, and also people, stakeholder and community. I will go back to the member in terms of the engagement that's taken place around this and what's planned in terms of the time ahead, because I think that's an important question, and I'll give you a full answer in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Dan Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement and answers so far. I wonder if the Minister could advise, when does he expect the Lough Agency annual report and accounts to be laid in the Assembly for 2022 and 2023, and is there any issues within that of concern that the Minister thinks should be highlighted at this point?
Minister.
So there was quite a lot of corporate governance matters to be regularised as part of the meeting, and this is what happens when the Assembly doesn't sit and the institutions collapse. These things build up in terms of doing that, and that's why I was quite keen to come to the Assembly after the meeting to give an update, because sometimes there's a bit of a lag in terms of the meeting and in this update. So at the meeting, the NSMC approved the Lough Agency 2024 business plan and associated budget. The NSMC also approved the 2023-25 corporate plan, the 2023 business plan and the 2022 business plan, and the Lough Agency annual report and accounts for 2019, 2020 and 2021 were noted. In terms of the other matters that the members outlined, I will make those inquiries and then come back to her, because it's important that I'm able to give you a full response in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Minister for the statement and all involved in this interagency work on aquaculture and marine. Directly related to that, Principal Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister if there's any update available on the recent fish kill in the River Row?
Minister.
So this is an issue of concern, and obviously it was reported in the media. I will go back to the member with the further information in relation to the River Row, and the investigations are ongoing in relation to that. But this was yet another fish kill that occurred here in Northern Ireland, and there's been too many of those, not just in recent years but also in recent weeks. And that's why we need to be able to take a real clear approach to the issue of water quality, and that's why the Lough Neagh report and action plan is absolutely key in relation to this, because it's about that balanced approach, about in terms of that education and incentification, but also in terms of regulation and enforcement. And this is something that can be used as a model for other areas in terms of rivers, lakes and lochs in Northern Ireland that are affected by water quality issues. So it's absolutely fundamental. What I would say to people in terms of fish kills is, as Minister, I would urge people, if they become aware of any of this, to urgently report it to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and their pollution hotline, because it's important that these issues are investigated. I also would say, in terms of my department and the resources that I've been putting in towards enforcement, one of the reasons behind that is that investigating these issues is extremely resource intensive in order to be able to get a level of evidence which would then be satisfying in terms of PPS bringing forward a prosecution. So that's why we need to have resources to be able to do the investigations around this, and it's absolutely key. Then people report it, and then hopefully we can have the resources to investigate this. But there's too many pollution incidents, and what we need to do as an Assembly, as an Executive and a society, is to make sure we have a zero tolerance approach towards pollution, but also in terms of encouraging people to report it so we can investigate it.
Call Declan McAleer.
The Minister will be aware that Lough Foyle is still a disputed territory, and I know from previous discussions that this was inhibiting Lough Agency from fulfilling its full range of functions. I know it will be beyond the Minister's remit to sort out the territorial dispute, but is he aware of any conversations around this and any conversations with Lough Agency about them being able to fulfil their full remit as regards their preservation and protection and promotion of Lough Foyle?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. This is one of the issues I was briefed about in the first weeks of coming in, and there's lots of things in this department I have to deal with, including the issues arising from partition in 1921, and I don't know whether I've got an immediate solution for that matter. Other people may say they do, but this is an issue that has been ongoing in relation to the Lough Agency and what is essentially the unregulated oyster farming in Lough Foyle, which is inextricably linked to the jurisdictional issue, which is a reserved matter and not within the competence of my department nor within the Northern Ireland Assembly. I am aware of the concerns around this. Officials from my department met with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in October 2023 to discuss the challenges. I understand that discussions between the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in London and the Department of Foreign Affairs in Ireland have recently recommenced on a draft management agreement which would enable authorities to exercise criminal and regulatory discussion of the bed of Lough Foyle. These discussions are positive, but progress needs to be made soon to prevent further impacts on the environment and to enable the Lough Agency to regulate aquaculture in Lough Foyle. So if there, in terms of any new government that comes in on the 5th of July, that's something I'll be picking up with them in terms of focused around solutions in relation to this issue, because it's been going on for quite a while, but I do believe that there is solutions that are potentially within this, but there are a reserved matter.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, interesting to hear the Minister is looking for solutions to partition. I'm happy I have one actually that I can sit down and chat to him about any time. His colleagues in the Alliance Party, if they want to have a conversation with me, I think I can think of one off the top of my head. But in any case, it's exactly, you don't even need to go to a fun fair to hear about it. I did want to ask about the Lough Agency in relation to Lough Neagh. Does he think the Lough Agency should take responsibility for that? Should be its responsibility, statutory responsibility, should be broadened to include Lough Neagh in terms of aligning all of the things that I know he wants to make happen in terms of Lough Neagh.
Minister. So I'm here to answer questions in terms of agriculture, environment and rural affairs. That's for outside the chamber in terms of the other matters. Just in terms of this issue, so back when these institutions were established in 1998, in terms of a body which had oversight in terms of Lough Neagh, I think it was an oversight that wasn't covered as part of that. The issue in terms of navigation isn't really one of the key issues in terms of Lough Neagh report, but I do get that, and it's something I want to engage with colleagues over the time ahead. I think my immediate focus, let's be clear, is in terms of the water quality issues associated with Lough Neagh and taking immediate actions around that. But I do get the issue that it's rather unusual that Lough Neagh hasn't been covered in terms of a body, such as whether it was the Lough Agency or Waterways Ireland or whatever else, and that's something that obviously needs to be considered. So it's a legitimate point to make.
So that concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft working time amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the motion.
Moved. Last Concordat.
The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Today I am seeking the Assembly's approval of the draft Working Time Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. All members will be aware that workers' rights are at the forefront of my economic vision, and I will continue to work towards improving these throughout this mandate.
The retained EU Law Revocation and Reform Act 2023 revoked aspects of retained EU law from the 1st of January 2024, together with the principle of supremacy of EU law and some other legal concepts. As a result, the Department identified that certain commonly accepted principles relating to annual leave and pay could be at risk of misinterpretation if action was not taken to provide domestic legal clarity. Some of our annual leave rights are EU-derived and as such could be restated using the powers in the REUL Act, and this was done by my department prior to the 1st of January 2024, including the issues of maternity and parental leave. Some other leave rights are domestically derived and require statutory rule to be affirmed by this Assembly to be restated, and that's what I'm seeking to do today. The draft Working Time Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 seek to provide clarity in our legislation and restate certain statutory rights in relation to shared parental bereavement, adoption and paternity leave. The purpose of the regulations is to remove any potential uncertainty in law about previously agreed and accepted annual leave entitlements following our exit from the EU. This statutory rule amends Regulations 2 and 17 of the Working Time Regulations Northern Ireland 2016. The amendment to Regulation 2 provides clarification that the definition of statutory leave within those regulations is the same as that within Part 9 of the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996. The amendment to Regulation 17 will provide that compensation related to an entitlement to leave will cover unused leave at the point that a worker's employment is terminated if the worker is entitled to carry over that unused leave into the next immediate leave year by virtue of a relevant agreement. The draft Working Time Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 will provide legal certainty regarding leave entitlements, and I look forward to the Assembly's support.
Margaret Ara, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak very briefly on behalf of the Committee for the Economy. As the Minister has indicated, these regulations address problems arising from the retained EU Law Revocation and Reform Act 2023. The Act may have removed certain interpretive effects, creating a risk that the case law defining what should be included in normal remuneration would fall away. The statutory rule consequently amends the Working Time Regulations Northern Ireland 2016 to clarify what is meant by maternity leave, adoption leave, shared parental leave and paternity leave. The rule also clarifies the compensation related to an entitlement to leave will cover unused leave at the point that a worker's employment is terminated in certain circumstances. The Committee considered the rule on the 15th of May 2024 and later noted that the Examiner of Statutory Rules had no concerns in respect of the regulations. The Committee indicated that it was content for the regulations to be affirmed by the Assembly. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Gormailgad Sinead Gleam or Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment to protect the rights of workers, and I thank the Economy Minister, Conor Murphy, for progressing this important work. This amendment protects workers across the North from the employment insecurity created by Brexit. It specifically protects workers' rights to paid annual leave, to the right to carry over annual leave, maternity and paternity leave, adoption leave, as well as compensation related to any entitlement for annual leave. There are many benefits for both the employer and the employee from the protection of workers' right to paid leave. In the case of an employer, it helps in the retention of particular knowledge and skills, and it also promotes higher levels of productivity within the workforce. Higher productivity contributes to a stronger and more vibrant economy. That objective is at the heart of Minister Conor Murphy's agenda for economic growth and prosperity across the North and in context of a functional all-Ireland economy. These protections are of particular importance to employers and their families. They enable employees to address important family matters with ease. In addition, this safeguards helps employees to enjoy their work and contribute to the employee's sense of well-being. Happy workers are productive workers, and our economy is stronger and fairer when workers' rights are properly protected. The Minister of Economy has set out his ambition to create good jobs and to build an economy here in the north which capitalises on the potential of the Windsor Framework. An integral part of any good jobs programme must be the full protection of workers' rights, good pay, job security and guaranteed collective bargaining rates. These are essential to sustaining healthy and prosperous families in a vibrant economy. I highly commend the Minister for his attention to these priorities. Thank you.
I have no other members who wish to speak, so I'm going to call on the Minister for the Economy to conclude on the debate.
Briefly, just to thank Sinead McLaughlin for speaking, and Declan Kearney for his contribution as well. As I said at the outset, the Working Time Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 will bring clarity, will clarify statutory rights in relation to leave, and I commend the motion to the House.
So the question is that the draft Working Time Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Search, Recovery of Cryptoassets and Investigations, Codes of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Justice to move the motion.
Beg to move.
So the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The purpose of the order before the Assembly today is to bring into operation 3 codes of practice for the use of powers under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, as amended by the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act 2023. By way of background, the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, which is otherwise known as POCA, is a UK-wide act designed to provide law enforcement partners with tools to recover the proceeds of crime and deny criminals the opportunity to accumulate assets secured by illegal means. POCA contains a wide range of provisions which deal with, amongst other things, cash seizure, forfeiture, asset freezing, the disclosure of information by financial institutions during investigations, and requirements on professionals within the regulated industries to submit suspicious activity reports. Since its inception, POCA has proven to be an integral part of the response to organised criminality, which, as members will know, is driven by sheer greed and a disregard for the harmful impact that crime has on our society. The POCA regime has been further enhanced by the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act 2023, giving law enforcement partners new powers to seize crypto assets when investigating the proceeds of crime. Crypto assets are digital assets that can be transferred, stored or traded electronically. They exist electronically and use a peer-to-peer system. Perhaps the most commonly known are those such as Bitcoin. Crypto assets are increasingly being used by criminals to move and launder the profits of various crimes, including drugs, fraud and money laundering. Members are invited to approve the 3 codes of practice which give guidance to officers in Northern Ireland exercising POCA functions following commencement of the relevant provisions relating to crypto assets. These officers are primarily PSNI officers and accredited financial investigators in PSNI, Department for Communities and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency. The designation of the powers is subject to training and accreditation on an ongoing basis. Taking into account appropriate jurisdictional differences, the codes are closely aligned to those prepared by the Home Office for officers exercising pocket powers in reserved agencies or on behalf of other bodies in England and Wales. 2 of the codes relate to existing codes which have been subject to minor updates to reflect how the new crypto asset powers should be exercised in relation to search, seizure and detention, as well as investigations. 1 new code advises officers on how to exercise powers in respect of the recovery of crypto assets. It is anticipated, subject of course to the Assembly's approval today, that the 2 revised codes and 1 new code will take effect on the 17th of July, with draft codes of practice having been made available online since the new crypto assets powers were commenced. Whilst I don't propose to go into the full technical detail of each of the codes, members may find a brief summary of their content helpful. Firstly, the Search, Seizure and Detention of Property Northern Ireland Code of Practice is issued under Section 195T of the 2002 Act and provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of powers to search, seize and detain property that may need to satisfy a future confiscation order following conviction. Secondly, the Investigations Northern Ireland Code of Practice, issued under Section 377ZA of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of the investigation powers in POCA. And finally, the Recovery of Crypto Assets, Search Powers Northern Ireland Code of Practice, a new Code of Practice issued under Section 303Z25 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. This new code provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of powers to search for crypto assets. It also provides guidance on applications by officers to judicial officers or senior officers for prior approval to exercise the powers. POCA stipulates that the Department of Justice must prepare and publish a draft of any new or revised code of practice. My department ran an 8-week public consultation on the 3 codes from the 15th of February until the 10th of April 2024. As no adverse impacts and no amendments were suggested, there were no material changes to the codes as a result of the consultation. Setting aside the technical detail, it is important to reflect on what these codes help to deliver. We know that criminals are motivated by greed and by personal gain. Removing the profits from their criminal activity reduces incentives and has a disruptive effect on the cycle that sustains serious and organised crime. In turn, this reduces harm to individuals, families and businesses across our communities. So it is important to recognise that the POCA regime is an integral part of the overall response to tackling organised criminality in all its forms. Enhancing the POCA framework is also consistent with what my department and our partners on the Organised Crime Task Force seek to achieve under the Organised Crime Strategy for Northern Ireland, particularly in respect of pursuing offenders. In conclusion, these codes are important safeguards which underpin the whole POCA regime and are specifically intended to deal with the new and emerging issue of crypto assets. Collectively, we must ensure that organised criminality is both socially unacceptable and economically unviable. I therefore ask the Assembly to support the strengthening of the POCA legislation in Northern Ireland today and approve this order. We need to send a clear and consistent and collective message that crime will not pay, that we will do everything in our power to ensure that law enforcement agencies have all the powers they need to deny criminals the use of their assets and to recover the proceeds of crime and disrupt and deter criminality. I commend this order to the House.
Minister, thank you for opening the debate. I now call on the Chair of the Justice Committee, Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak briefly on this motion as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Committee was first alerted to the Department's intention to propose this rule at its meeting on the 16th of May and raised no issues with its so doing. The Committee then considered the draft statutory rule at its meeting of the 30th of May. We were advised that the reforms made as a result of this rule will enable officers to seize crypto assets and other property during the course of an investigation, also enable officers to seize crypto asset related items and enable the courts to better enforce unpaid confiscation orders against a defendant's crypto assets. The rule will also bring crypto assets within the scope of civil forfeiture powers as outlined in Part 5 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 and will ensure that forfeiture powers are accompanied by supplementary investigative powers as outlined in Part 8 of the 2002 Act, similar to investigatory powers that exist to support the forfeiture of cash, listed assets and funds in certain accounts. The committee was informed that a public consultation on the changes was conducted between February 2024 and April 2024, and that only one response was received, which did not contain substantive comments. Furthermore, the committee was notified that equivalent codes of practice to those being introduced through this rule are in place in England, Scotland and Wales, and that because the current legislation applies UK-wide, to ensure consistency of approach and language across jurisdictions, the Department closely followed the codes for England and Wales with appropriate adaptations. At that same meeting of the 30th of May, the Committee for Justice formally agreed to recommend that the rule be approved by the Assembly, subject to the report from the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The Examiner subsequently reported on this rule in her report published on the 4th of June 2024 and raised no concerns regarding its technical aspects. On behalf of the Committee for Justice, I therefore support the motion before us today. Now turning to the views of the Democratic Unionist Party. Our position is reflected in that of the Committee. It is right that where assets, including crypto assets, have potentially been acquired through crime, that they are seized until such times as this is determined or otherwise, and then any ill-gotten gains forfeited. That said, where assets are seized, investigations should be processed as quickly as possible so that there is no reason for the money to be retained, and that it is also returned without delay. Of course, crime should not pay, and any sanction should serve as a deterrent. Hitting such criminals in their pockets is certainly a worthy and valuable part of that, and as the cyber world and that of crypto expands, so must the instruments and powers to detect and address criminality within that arena. We support the rule. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I just rise to speak briefly on behalf of the opposition to say we support the order and welcome the fact that it is being brought forward. Clearly, it is important that criminal power, that the investigatory powers of the police reflect the changing technological landscape. The fact that it is clear, there's clear evidence of the increased use of crypto assets by criminals here in terms of holding their assets. So it is welcome and right that this updated provision and code is being brought forward by the Minister. I welcome the fact that it's happened speedily, and indeed it illustrates the importance of having a devolved legislature and ministers serving who can bring forward necessary either legislation or secondary legislation or codes under legislation as this is. Can I just ask a couple, if the Minister in wrapping could just update us on a couple of things. Section 7 of the updated order makes clear that if an officer who fails to comply with this code isn't going to be held legally responsible, which is clearly a reflection of the fact that it isn't a legally binding or justiciable code in that sense, but it would just be helpful for the Minister to remind us what penalties there are or how it would be viewed if an officer doesn't abide by this code, but clearly it is a code, it's not criminal law, and that's fair enough. Secondly, if the Minister does have any broad indication of either specific examples or in a broader sense, what the prevalence of crypto assets being used in terms of criminals, and if there's any specific profile of those criminals in Northern Ireland who are making use of these crypto assets. But other than that, the opposition is of course happy to support this proceeding, and we very much welcome the fact that the Minister has brought it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call Deirdre Hargey.
I rise again as well, like everybody else, just to support this rule. There was unanimous support for this at the committee. Obviously, the rule does revise 2 of the codes and it adds an additional code, as was said earlier, in terms of the evolution of technology. We need to make sure that we're up to date with that in terms of our justice system. It also allows, obviously, for the assets to be seized during the course of an investigation and enables the courts to better enforce unpaid confiscation orders against defendants regarding those crypto assets as well. So again, I just rise on behalf of Sinn Féin to support this rule.
Thank you. I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and I again, as Justice spokesperson for the Alliance Party, rise to not only support the Minister in the introduction of this particular statutory rule,
but applaud her and the department in wishing to keep ahead with this type of legislation. These items are important, and while we may look at normal types of criminality here in Northern Ireland, the international and online type of criminality that this will undoubtedly help to thwart is vitally important for all of us, and I commend the regulations to the House.
Thank you, and thank all members who have spoken. I now call on the Minister to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to put on record my thanks to all members for this positive debate and the contributions that they have made. I also want to place on record thanks to the Chair of the Committee for her remarks today, and also the Vice Chair of the Committee, and put on record my appreciation for the scrutiny applied by the Committee on these issues. In response to the question that was raised with respect to the safeguards for the exercise of POCA powers, POCA contains a wide range of very important tools in terms of being able to tackle criminal finances, and those search powers and investigation powers are, as is acknowledged in the debate, invasive in terms of an individual's privacy. So agencies obviously have to have oversight applied when they use those. The exercise of powers by the PSNI is subject to the usual oversight of the Policing Board. However, in addition to the codes of practice, which provide an additional layer of protection to the public, there is judicial oversight of use of those codes. Organised crime is not victimless and is not conducted in a vacuum. Its detrimental impact can be seen and felt within our communities, where it causes real harm and wrecks lives and livelihoods. It also diverts money away from the public services that we need to use on a day-to-day basis. Organised crime is completely and utterly unacceptable, and we want to do all that we can to stop it. Law enforcement partners in the Organised Crime Task Force are committed to tackling organised criminality in all its forms. Removing the proceeds of crime is an important part of our combined efforts, and investigating and removing criminal assets has a powerful disruptive effect on organised criminals, can impact on their so-called status, and can cause problems between criminal groups and restrict their ability to fund further criminality. Whilst the use of crypto assets in the Northern Ireland context is assessed to still be not as prevalent as in other parts, it is nevertheless a growing area of concern for the PSNI and for other investigatory bodies, and therefore it's important that we keep pace with change and stay ahead of those criminals who are very agile in how they change their modes of operation in terms of trying to evade scrutiny and evade detection. The order debated today ensures Northern Ireland officers with functions under the Proceeds of Crime Act can exercise their powers underpinned by up-to-date and effective guidance. The order also ensures that safeguards are in place for those who may be the subject of a POCA-related investigation, and therefore I would commend the order and ask that the Assembly would accept it and approve the motion before the House today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that conclusion. Members, the question is that the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 Search, Recovery of Cryptoassets and Investigations Codes of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a moment where we move on to the next item. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. I call the Minister for Communities.
To move.
Thank you, Minister. Second stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Child Support Enforcement Bill presented before the Assembly today provides for the introduction of administrative liability orders to replace the existing court-based liability order process used by the Child Maintenance Service. The provisions contained in this bill will enable the Child Maintenance Service to make an administrative liability order without requiring an application to the Magistrates' Court. The policy change from court-based to administrative liability orders will reduce the time it takes for the Child Maintenance Service to initiate its strongest enforcement powers from on average 22 weeks to potentially just 6 weeks. The Bill's overarching policy is aimed at improving the enforcement process by making it more straightforward and faster to recover arrears from non-paying parents. On a technical level, the Bill repeals articles within the Child Support Northern Ireland Order 1991, which requires that the Child Maintenance Service will apply to the courts to obtain a liability order. The Bill further paves the way for introducing administrative liability orders by making amendments to uncommenced powers within the Child Maintenance Act Northern Ireland 2008. Those amended powers, once commenced, allow the Child Maintenance Service to make a liability order administratively. Moving on now to some of the more technical aspects associated with making a bill, I can confirm that an equality impact assessment has been undertaken. That assessment examined the bill's proposals in the context of the promotion of equality of opportunity and good relations as required by Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, and no adverse impacts were identified. A regulatory impact assessment has not been carried out in respect of the bill. The bill itself will not impose any costs on businesses or employees. Turning now to the clauses and schedule contained within the bill, which is relatively short, containing just 2 short clauses and 1 schedule. Clause 1, with regards to making and varying liability orders and appealing against liability orders, outlines the amendments contained within the schedule. Clause 1 also identifies the Child Support Northern Ireland Order 1991 and the Child Maintenance Act Northern Ireland 2008. Clause 2 provides for the commencement of provisions and the short title of the bill. The schedule contains provisions which amend uncommenced Articles 32M and 32N of the Child Support Northern Ireland Order 1991 to alter the basis on which an administrative liability order is made, allow regulations under Article 32N to make provision about variation of liability orders and require regulations under Article 32N to make provisions about appeals, whilst also repealing previous changes made by the Child Maintenance Act Northern Ireland 2008 to the Child Support Northern Ireland Order 1991 with regards to dealing with appeals of liability orders. The bill makes provision for Northern Ireland corresponding to provisions of the Child Support Enforcement Act 2023. The Act was passed by Parliament and attained royal assent on the 20th of July 2023. If this bill attains royal assent, secondary legislation would then be required to implement and commence the proposals of the Act. My department has been working closely with the Department for Work and Pensions, the Department for Justice, the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service and the Enforcement of Judgments Office on this bill, all with a view to developing an appropriate secondary legislation package. It is expected that regulations will set out the paying parent's right of appeal to a court against a liability order and the period within which the right of appeal may be exercised. It's also expected that the first regulations relating to appeals against liability orders will be subject to the confirmatory procedure, thereby ensuring enhanced scrutiny through debate in the Assembly. I consider it appropriate for these regulations to be subject to the confirmatory resolution procedure to facilitate that level of scrutiny. Although child support is a devolved matter in general, Northern Ireland's child support policy and legislation operate in line with Great Britain, and there is in effect a single child maintenance system in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. At this moment in time, DWP is developing appropriate regulations with regards to the introduction and rollout of administrative liability orders in Great Britain, including provisions concerning a respondent's right of appeal. It is anticipated that any changes in policy and legislation in Great Britain will at least be considered and potentially adopted here in Northern Ireland, subject to the necessary ministerial, executive and assembly approvals. Many child maintenance clients and respondents find themselves changing residence between respective jurisdictions for work or family reasons. Therefore, it's highly desirable that the same provisions are in place in Northern Ireland to ensure parity across all jurisdictions. In conclusion, I believe that the policies contained and proposals contained within the bill and its overarching policy aims are something, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we can all support. I therefore commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
I rise as Chair of the Committee for Communities to speak in support of the Child Support Enforcement Bill and to affirm our commitment to conducting thorough and effective scrutiny during the committee stage. The committee received a detailed briefing on this bill on the 6th of June 2024 from departmental officials. This briefing provided committee members with insights into the bill's objectives, provisions and anticipated impacts. The bill is intended to align child support enforcement mechanisms here with those already established in England, Scotland and Wales under the Child Support Enforcement Act 2023. It was explained to the committee that this alignment would ensure parity and improve the efficiency of the child maintenance service in securing maintenance for qualifying children. Rather than repeat the detail of the sections of the bill which the Minister has outlined, it is clear from the briefings received from officials that the intent of the bill is really to improve outcomes and life chances for children affected by ensuring that child maintenance payment is paid promptly and effectively. It will hopefully help to address in some part child poverty by making it easier and quicker to enforce maintenance orders, ensuring that financial support reaches children in need without undue delay. Committee heard that the new system should also allow for more direct interaction between CMS and non-resident parents, minimising delays associated with court processes and facilitating quicker resolutions. This streamlined process is also expected to increase compliance from non-resident parents. During the briefing, the committee underlined to officials the importance of continuous engagement with stakeholders, including the courts and tribunal services and the Department of Justice, to ensure the successful implementation of the bill. This collaboration will be important for any future secondary legislation and to address concerns related to appeals processes and other operational queries. Members also sought clarification on how the new administrative orders would reduce the processing time and whether they would have the same legal standing as court orders. The department officials confirmed that the new orders would indeed have equivalent legal status. Concerns were raised about parents with custody who may have been victims of domestic violence and whether collection arrangements would ensure adequate protection where necessary. The Department assured the Committee that processes are in place to protect parents where needed, including the ability to halt enforcement actions if necessary to ensure their safety. The Committee also queried the potential resource pressures and the need for staff training. The Department indicated to us that due to the small number of cases reaching this level, significant resource implications were not anticipated and training would be coordinated with the Department for Work and Pensions. The Child Support Enforcement Bill represents a positive step forward in ensuring that child maintenance arrears are collected more efficiently and effectively. I am therefore content, as Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, to confirm that Committee is supportive of the principles of the bill and look forward to considering it in further detail during committee stage.
Thank you, Colin. Can I call on?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and rather than rehash what the Minister has said and the Chair of the Committee, I find myself in a strange position where I agree entirely with the Minister, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't happen often, but it's happened today. It's very clear that this bill is a step towards a more responsive and effective child maintenance service. It is a commitment to the children who depend on timely maintenance payments for their well-being and their future. It is an alignment that is important, and I thank the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Daniel. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think the limited contributions that we've had during this debate are reflective of the straightforward nature of the bill and the consensus that exists right across the chamber, even to the point that myself and Mr. McCrossan are in agreement. Perhaps we can make a note of that for the history books, but I'm very pleased with the consensus that we have, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the second stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Communities. If we move, since everybody's here, we'll move swiftly on to the next order of business. The next item of business is a debate on two motions to approve statutory rules, both of which relate to social security benefits. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion and call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then be invited to commence the debate on both motions listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put to the motion straight away. If that is clear, everybody's nodding, I shall proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The business community has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The operating package usually increases the rates of social security pensions, benefits and lump sum payments each year in line with inflation. Operating occurs around the beginning of the tax year, and these two rules came into operation from April 24. I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for these two rules, which form part of the main part of the operating package for 24-25. The Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is required to undertake an annual review of the rates of benefits in relation to the general level of prices. As most members will be aware, my department is only empowered to make a corresponding order when the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions makes an operating order in Britain. The growth in CPI is used to determine the amount by which the various rates of benefit should be increased. This allows benefit levels to maintain their value against inflation. The percentage increase is determined by the CPI rate in the 12 months up to the previous September. CPI indicated a positive growth of 6.7% for the period to the end of September 23. For the 24 operating package, this means that benefits linked to prices have been increased by 6.7%. These are generally benefits which contribute towards extra costs arising as a result of disability or health condition, notably attendance allowance, disability living allowance and personal independence payment. They also include carers allowance and the additional state pension. In addition to increasing certain benefits in line with the increase in prices, the commitment to triple lock continues to apply to the basic state pension and the new state pension. These pension payments are increased in line with the highest of the growth in earnings, the growth in prices, or 2.5%. The growth in earnings is measured by the increase in average weekly earnings for the quarter ending in the previous July. The UK Government's commitment to the triple lock for the basic state pension and the new state pension means that for 24-25 these will be updated by 8.5%. Where the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions has discretion to increase other rates of benefits, for example working age benefits, these have traditionally been upgraded by the growth in prices. For 24-25, the personal standard allowances of universal credit, income support, housing benefit, job seekers allowance and employment and support allowance will also be upgraded by 6.7%, as will income related benefits and the savings credit maximum amount in pension credit, along with statutory payments such as statutory sick pay. The standard minimum guarantee in pension credit will increase by 8.5% in line with state pension. As I stated earlier, when the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions makes an operating order in Britain, my department is empowered to make a corresponding order for Northern Ireland. My department has no power to increase the amounts of benefit by a different or greater amount than in the annual operating order. The operating order is the main statutory rule to provide for the increase in benefit rates. However, some technical provisions in relation to the annual upgrading are required to be made by regulations and therefore cannot be included in that order. This debate also encompasses the Social Security Benefits Upgrading Regulations Northern Ireland 2024, which make technical provisions required for the accurate implementation of the increased rates. The regulations are made as a consequence of the upgrading order. They also include an increase to the personal expenses allowance for residents in care homes and the earnings limit in relation to carers allowance. As a result of the 2024 upgrading package, approximately £703 million more will be paid out by my department to people in Northern Ireland on benefits and pensions. I understand we might like to do more for recipients of social security benefits and pensions, especially during the cost of living crisis that we find ourselves in. However, in relation to the annual upgrading order, as I've said previously, we only have the power to make the corresponding provision to the one made in Britain. I would therefore welcome members' support for both the upgrading order and the consequential upgrading regulations so that people in Northern Ireland can continue to receive the increased rates. I'd like to move.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities in support of both the motions pertaining to the Social Security Benefits Operating Order and Regulations NI 2024. The committee considered both the order and the draft regulations at our meeting on the 11th of April 2024. Committee regularly sees secondary legislation pertaining to social security benefits and is aware that this order is one of several statutory rules which relate to the annual uprating of certain benefits, pensions and allowances. Whilst any increase in a cost of living crisis is to be welcomed, Committee also continue to hear regularly from witnesses about the ongoing hardship faced by many of the most vulnerable in our communities. Committee welcomed the uprating of premiums that are paid to disabled people receiving working age benefits, universal credit, income support, housing benefit, job seekers allowance and employment and support allowance elements in line with CPI, as the Minister has said, 6.7%. We also welcome the fact that certain child and family elements will also be uprated in line with the increase in the relevant HMRC rates. It's important, I believe, to recognise some specific adjustments, such as the increase in widows' pension and the pension credit minimum guarantee. These adjustments signify an important step in supporting our most vulnerable citizens, including widowers, pensioners and those reliant on pensions and allowances. However, whilst we acknowledge these positive changes, it is crucial to recognise the ongoing challenges faced by many in our community, particularly in the current cost of living crisis. Despite the uprating, there are pressing concerns that still need our urgent attention. We must not overlook the fact that carers and individuals with disabilities continue to struggle to meet their daily needs. The increases in carers' allowance, disability living allowance and personal independent payments are welcome, yet they may still fall short in providing the necessary support for these groups. Carers who dedicate their lives to looking after loved ones and those living with disabilities require more robust support to cope with rising costs and the financial pressures they face daily. Carers allowance is a subject that members have been very interested in, having been briefed by Carers NI on how unfair carers allowance benefit is, with it being only worth £81.90 per week and only available to those providing unpaid care for a minimum of 35 hours per week, meaning the payments are worth a maximum of £2.34 per hour, or the equivalent of nearly 5 times less than the national living wage. The associated uprating rule introduces a modest increase from £139 to £151, the amount which a person eligible for payment of carers allowance can earn in the week immediately preceding without being deemed gainfully employed and losing their entitlement to carers allowance. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee, whilst we commend the Department for Communities for bringing forward these adjustments, which the Committee does support, we must continue to advocate for continued evaluation and enhancement of our social security system to ensure that all individuals, especially carers and those with disabilities, receive the comprehensive support they deserve. I am content to recommend that the Assembly approves the order and the associated regulations.
Thank you, Colin. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and again appreciate the consensus in the Chamber as expressed by the Chairman of the Committee and the way in which they have dealt with this in the Committee as well. There is clearly support for the motion that we have here today, but I think that the Chair of the Committee rightly raises the issue of carers allowance. It's something that we're all well aware of. I appreciate and share the concerns that have been expressed, and it is something that I'm sure we will come back to in other discussions, both with the Committee and in this Chamber as well. But as far as the rules apply for these annual increases today, I welcome the support and I commend the motions to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Uprating Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will then move on to the second motion, which has already been debated. Clerk, please read the motion.
that the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the mesothelioma lump sum payments, conditions and amounts amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. And I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limits to this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These regulations are part of the annual operating package and increase the lump sum compensation payable by the scheme under the Mesothelioma, etc. Act Northern Ireland 2008. There is no explicit requirement to review the level of payments under this scheme each year, unlike with the main benefit operating order. However, these regulations have increased the amounts payable by the scheme in line with the rate of inflation. The amounts payable under the scheme have been increased for 24-25 by 6.7%, which mirrors the percentage increase of industrial injuries benefits in the main operating order. Under this scheme, those who have been exposed to asbestos can claim a lump sum payment if they are not entitled to payment under the pneumoconiosis, etc. Workers' Compensation Northern Ireland Order 1979, known as the 1979 scheme, and do not otherwise have a civil claim. This scheme provides financial help to persons diagnosed with this horrible disease, or if the person has died, to their dependents within a matter of weeks of diagnosis and without the need to establish an occupational link or indeed any causative link. Therefore, provided that they have not already received a compensation payment from another source, people who suffer from this awful disease are eligible for a payment regardless of whether they were employees, self-employed, or indeed have never worked, as well may be the case for family members who contracted the disease through secondary exposure, for example, cleaning asbestos-covered clothes. For 24-25, the amount payable, for example, to a person aged 37 or under at diagnosis has increased from £107,038 to £114,210, the same maximum that can be paid under the 1979 scheme. These regulations ensure the compensation provided under the scheme maintains its value relative to inflation, and I hope that I will have the support of the House in welcoming these provisions. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
For me, I've asked Corlia, and I rise as Chair of the Committee for Communities to support the introduction of these regulations. The Committee considered this rule at our meeting on the 11th of April. While I won't rehearse the details, the Minister has set that out in great detail there. The primary purpose of this change is to increase the lump sum payments made to individuals suffering from diffuse mesothelioma as well as their dependents. In terms of their purpose, members will be aware that these payments are crucial for individuals afflicted by this debilitating disease, which often results from asbestos exposure. Under the Mesothelioma Act NI 2008, these payments are made without requiring proof of negligent exposure to asbestos or that the exposure occurred during employment, as the Minister outlined. This ensures swift and fair compensation to those affected. The need for change arises from the inflation adjustment based on the Consumer Prices Index for September, recorded at 6.7%. The uprating of payments is consistent with other disability benefits, reflecting our commitment to supporting those who have been severely impacted by asbestos-related diseases. In terms of purpose and implementation, the rule aims to adjust the lump sum payments in line with inflation, ensuring that beneficiaries receive adequate compensation that reflects the current economic conditions. Committee was advised that there was no statutory requirement for consultation in relation to the changes proposed by the rule, nor did it require an equality impact assessment. Furthermore, these regulations do not impose any additional cost on businesses, charities, social enterprises or voluntary bodies. In terms of financial and regulatory compliance, the payments under the 2008 scheme are funded through the recovery of amounts from civil compensation, ensuring no extra financial burden on public funds. Additionally, the regulations comply with Section 24 of the NI Act 1998 and align with the corresponding regulations in Britain, maintaining parity in line with existing policy. In terms of maintaining legislative parity, the committee understood that the regulations would come into force concurrently with similar amendments in Westminster, supporting an alignment of approach to social security and disability support. After careful consideration, the committee was satisfied that these regulations are both necessary and beneficial. They align with our ongoing commitment to support individuals affected by serious health conditions like diffuse mesothelioma, who will continue to experience financial implications associated with the disease. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I am content to recommend the Assembly approves these regulations. This approval will ensure that we continue to provide essential financial support to some of the most vulnerable members of our society. And I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for their ongoing engagement with the Committee in relation to these and other matters.
Thank you, Colin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Chairman of the Committee for his contribution and once again for the consensus that we have experienced around the House this afternoon, not just on this but on other motions, and I trust that all of the proposals and legislation that I bring to the House in the future will have similar levels of support. But we will see. But it's very positive that we all agree, so I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you for commending the motion to the House. And for those students who have just arrived into the Assembly, unfortunately you're just going to see something very short before we move on. But on that question, the question is that the mesothelioma lump sum payments, conditions and amounts amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business on the order paper is the adjournment, which obviously cannot take place until after question time. I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Of Education, and we will start with listed questions. I call Tom Elliott.
Question number 1, Deputy Speaker.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The plans for a new build for Enniskillen Royal Grammar School on the former Portora Royal Grammar School site are well advanced, with final technical design, pre-tender construction estimates and decant plans for the former Devonish College currently being prepared by the appointed integrated consultant team. A planning application for the new build was submitted in March of 2023. However, no decision on the application has been taken at this time. Any decision to progress this project beyond the current design stage will be dependent on available capital funding.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for that update. Just wondering if there's any finance ring-fenced in this current year's budget to help progress the school?
Well, Deputy Speaker, there isn't ring-fenced funding for any particular school in that respect. I was able to announce 15 projects that could advance to construction in the current financial year. But this school is still not at that stage where it is ready to go into the construction phase. So it is important that it can get to that point, and then, of course, where finance can become available, it will allow me to move more schools into that construction stage process, and that's why I appeal to members support me as I make the case to my executive colleagues for capital funding, and that will allow me to take forward not just this project but many of the other projects that I would like to see developed within the school estate.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier, and I'd like to welcome the Minister's recent announcement in relation to a much-needed extension for St Kevin's College, Lough Neagh. Could the Minister give an approximate timescale on when we will see work commence?
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, if it's on Lough Neagh, I'll come back to the member in writing in respect of that one. Obviously, I'm prepared to do with the Enniskillen Grammar School as part of the original question.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister will be acutely aware that I too want to see Enniskillen Royal Grammar School progress, and can he indicate what the timescales may be once the school goes after planning, because decanting to a Devonish site is not the ideal either, given that the Devonish College moved out into a new site and there are issues with that site in particular as well.
Deputy Speaker, obviously there are still issues to progress until Enniskillen Royal can get to that construction stage, so it is not there to be bidding for capital because it hasn't got to that shovel-ready state. So obviously we need to get the processes concluded. Planning permission is still working through the system. Once that is all completed, then this school can sit along with other schools in making the application for that. And where capital becomes available, then I will be able to announce more new bills. But at this stage, the announcements are for this year, but we need to get other schools to the point at which they can be commencing, subject to the availability of capital.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, Minister, as students in Blunt School, Colmkill and Derry have been waiting now over 20 years for a new school. Can the Minister make any comment today on when they can expect a new build?
Minister.
Speaker, again, the question relates to Enniskillen, so I understand members want to draw in every other school, but I can provide a written update to the member. What I would say, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to decisions around financing and capital, please make the case when it comes around the executive table, when it comes to voting through the budget, to increase the allocations for the Department of Education, and then I'll be able to take forward more projects. But in respect to the particular question, I'll provide a written update to the member.
I'll call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Speaker. Question 2, please.
Minister.
International studies such as the Programme for International Student Assessment PISA provide essential insights on our system's strengths and highlight opportunities to learn from approaches used in other high-performing countries. The 2022 study, published in December of 23, showed that Northern Ireland pupils continued to significantly outperform the majority of education systems in each subject, as they did in the last study in 2018. In this most recent study, our pupils significantly outperformed 48 education systems in mathematics, 57 in reading and 49 in science. The PISA 2022 study was especially important in providing the first results for a comparative international study of academic assessment collected during the pandemic for this cohort of pupils at 15 years old. I place on record my thanks to the 80 participating schools for making this possible in what were very challenging circumstances. And whilst the score for science in Northern Ireland had not changed significantly since 2018, the scores for both mathematics and reading had declined significantly. It is notable, but not unsurprising, given the impact of the pandemic, that this was also the case on average across OECD countries. While these results show our post-primary system to be a strong performer on the international stage, they also demonstrate that we have more to do.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank the Minister so far for his answer. Minister, how did Northern Ireland results compare with other local jurisdictions and participating countries?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, in comparison to other jurisdictions within the United Kingdom, results in Northern Ireland were significantly above that of Wales, not so different to that of Scotland. However, Northern Ireland fell significantly below the average scores in England. Scores in England did drop across all subjects since 2018. However, the differential was less so than for other UK regions. An OECD analysis of the PISA 22 results across the 81 participating countries found that in spite of challenging circumstances, 31 countries and economies managed to at least maintain their performance in mathematics since PISA 2018. And among these, 5 countries maintained or further raised already high levels of student performance, and these systems showed common features. And this was in Australia, Japan, Korea, Singapore and Switzerland. These features included shorter school closures, fewer obstacles to remote learning and continuing teachers and parental support, which can further offer insights and indications of broader best practices to address in the future. So, Deputy Speaker, we have performed well, but my ambition for the next 10 years is that Northern Ireland is the best performing country within the United Kingdom, and that's the change that I want to see in terms of how we deliver our curriculum. And 10 years from now, we should be the best performing country within the UK. That's my ambition, and I trust it's the ambition of all members of this House.
Call Danny Baker.
How does the Minister plan to address the significant gap in the average scores between the most disadvantaged and the least disadvantaged pupils?
Minister.
Speaker, we just announced recently the RAISE programme, which is around reducing educational disadvantage. That builds upon Fair Start, where we are identifying how we can support through a whole community approach. And there are some really good examples. I was at one this morning in East Belfast, and I was there with Gavin Robinson, and we were looking at how they are working in partnership with schools, with all of the community organisations, and how they can take that forward. We spoke about this in an adjournment debate recently in terms of the West Belfast Partnership and the work that it is taking place. So the RAISE programme, which we are now moving forward with, will give us a real opportunity to bring forward even further improvements in areas where there is social disadvantage and educational underperformance.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, it is definitely right to say that there are high levels of educational achievement in Northern Ireland in specific areas, and we should be proud of that, and no one should doubt that. But it is also the case that at a society-wide level, there are real problems in terms of very high levels of people relative to other jurisdictions who leave here without any qualifications, and the impact that has on our economy overall? What specific actions do you want to take in your stint in office to address that long tail of educational underachievement?
Minister.
Well, building on what I referred to the member, Mr Baker from West Belfast, Mr O'Toole is right in terms of wanting to make sure that we are equipping our children and young people with the best possible opportunity in terms of career progression, our economy. That's why we have a framework approach between the Department of Education and Economy for 14 to 19. How do we make sure they get the right skills so that they're able to get on and progress economically? So there is work that we're taking forward. The RAISE programme, early intervention, all of this is vitally important so that we equip our young people with the best possible opportunities.
I call Sean Mulholland.
Question 3, please, Minister.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I circulated the first report on the operation of the Children's Services Cooperation Act 2015 to my executive colleagues on the 17th of June, asking that they provide their views by the 21st of June, and it's my intention to seek formal executive agreement to publish that report at the earliest opportunity.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you. Does the Minister agree with the assessment by the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children, Young People and the Children's Law Centre that while the CASCA framework exists and guidelines exist, it is underutilised without established regulations from the Department of Finance? And can the Minister give his assessment about what work can be done to improve the utilisation of the CASCA legislation?
Minister.
Well, when we publish the report, I certainly will welcome the feedback in terms of the findings of it, and there's some examples of good practice where the departments are collaborating together, and I also believe there are examples where we should be doing things better, but focusing on the things that we have been able to do, because legislation should not be required for departments to work collaboratively together. We should be doing it, and we do. And I can give you some examples. The early learning childcare strategy that the executive agreed, nearly all departments sit on that, and the executive approved £25 million towards that. We're looking at the RAISE programme, which again we secured funding from, and that will involve various different departments that will sit within those teams. I look at the Thrive scheme that's taking place with voluntary community and different local government agencies. So we do work together in collaboration. Legislation should not be needed for departments to do that, and I think I've given examples of where we didn't need legislation to work together, but it can also be a useful tool to underpin some of the services that the public expect us to provide.
Call Cathy Mason.
Can I ask the Minister what collaboration there has been between health and education with regard to the provision of wraparound services for support with children with special educational needs?
Minister.
So there are examples where I'm aware now that health trusts are withdrawing some of their staff in special schools, and that does cause me concern because within those schools I think you have children and young people there. It makes sense for health professionals to come into those facilities, and whilst there is again high-level collaboration, we are seeing an outworking which doesn't reflect the aspirations at a departmental senior team and ministerial level. So that does cause me concern. It's something that we need to see engagement on, but there are examples of good practice in that area, but I think there's so much more that we can be doing and working between the Department of Education and the Department of Health to try and meet the needs, both educationally and also the increasing medical complexities that many children now have within our school settings.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, countless witnesses and that have come to the committee have criticised the Executive for a lack of cooperation. Are you confident that your department has adhered to the Children's Cooperation Act fully?
Minister.
Yeah, there's no example of where we haven't in that respect that I'm aware of, but we will publish it, and I would welcome the feedback from the PAC, which carries out important work at looking across the Executive to identify where things can be improved. But I repeat the earlier points. We shouldn't require legislation to force departments to work together. And I think this Executive has been showing where we can work together, we are able to do that and to do that successfully. But can things be improved? Yes, they can. I met just this morning with Caleb's mother, Anna White. We talked about how the campaign to do with Caleb I know Conor Murphy, the Minister for Economy, spoke about this yesterday, and that is an area where both I, the Minister for the Economy, the Minister for Health, need to be working in collaboration as to how do we meet the needs for post-19 provision. And it sits across different departments, and we shouldn't need legislation to make us work together. And so as I gave the commitment in that meeting that I would work collaboratively with other ministerial colleagues, I will do that, because we need to make sure that we act together. Legislation should not be required to force ministers to do that, and I'm glad that in this executive we are able to get on with the job and try to do our best for people.
I call Owen Tennyson.
Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
The end-to-end review of special educational needs was initiated in February 2023 and is being taken forward in 4 phases. Phase 1 is complete and involved the establishment of governance structures, the scoping of the review and associated 12 work streams. Phase 2 involves stakeholder engagement to shape the way forward. Phase 3 is the development of options, and Phase 4 is the development of an implementation plan. Phase 2 of the review is nearing completion and has been focusing on the development of potential solutions to solving the known issues. The findings from stakeholder engagement are being considered as part of a more detailed implementation plan, and in coming months I intend to set out some early Year 1 actions with the view to rebuilding confidence and capability across the system. These early actions will be embedded within a clear plan for implementation of system-wide reform and form part of the wider departmental bid to the newly established Northern Ireland Executive Interim Public Sector Transformation Board. The plan will focus on a framework that will ensure children and young people with SEN and/or a disability get the right support from the right people at the right time and in the right place. It's important that I emphasise the need for sustained investment to deliver the fundamental reforms which are emerging from the end-to-end review of SEN, and to deliver a high-quality, efficient, effective and sustainable SEN system for the future.
Owen Tennyson for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that answer. The Minister will be aware that there have been numerous reports into SEN provision in Northern Ireland over the past decade. What assurance can he give that the recommendations arising from the end-to-end review won't simply sit on the shelf like others, but will be implemented, and when can we expect to see that implementation plan before this Assembly?
Sir.
Deputy Speaker, I've indicated that I do intend to set out a number of early Year 1 actions in the coming months, and I appreciate the sentiment the member has articulated in terms of wanting to see real and tangible action in this area. We have reviews, we have the evidence that change needs to happen, and I'll be setting out how we can take forward those changes and what we can do within a short time frame. And also look to the longer-term systemic change that is needed. And these include actions under the areas around early intervention, pupil support, professional support in the classroom and communication. And it's envisaged that in the first term of the new academic year, the Department will have a suite of alternative approaches for the deployment of classroom assistance, which will be available for schools if they wish. So that's just a sample of some of the things that I intend to outline in due course in terms of those short-term measures to help allay some of the concerns the member has raised.
Call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, we had allied health professionals in front of us at the Health Committee last week, and they raised some concerns about whether there are conversations happening around the provision for children with special educational needs. So whilst you're having an end-to-end review, and I do appreciate that, and I think that the work that's been done by your department is really positive, can you give us or outline, give us an update on what conversations are happening with the health department, and is there an assurance being given that they will actually put the investment into those allied health professionals to ensure the support is there for children, because parents are really nervous about what's happening at the moment?
Deputy Speaker, I agree with the member and understand that nervousness, because I've heard it first-hand from parents whenever I meet with them. And this comes to the issue of how we provide that overall support, not just educationally, but whenever it comes to the health needs. And so the requirement to have speech and language therapists available is one example where children need support. Then you have behavioural issues, and we need to have support. And I'm not satisfied at the current provision that exists in terms of that Department of Education and Department of Health working in collaboration together. So we do need to address that issue. There are local integrated teams that are meant to be there to help work through these issues with children that have special educational needs, but I do believe it has to improve. I understand the challenges that the Department of Health is facing, but it is a retrograde step to be withdrawing health professionals from educational establishments.
I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer so far. This is obviously a critical challenge for his department, and I welcome this response. But in terms of the stakeholder engagement, could the Minister detail if he has been working with the voluntary and community sector, as he'll know they are critical to providing support and assistance for parents and children with special educational needs, and is there any methods of best practice that he's integrated within the review?
Minister.
Well, the member outlines the importance of the voluntary and community sector, and I know that in my own constituency about the important role that they can play, and therefore it's important that we can harness the support that they can provide. That's something that often schools can do independently in terms of linking in with the community and gaining that support. I want to be there to help and facilitate all of that, and where there's best practice, that's something that I want to be able to take and share across the education system.
Yeah, Nicole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. The voluntary and community sector have fed back to me that they still feel like the situation is similar to last year, and it strikes me that there is a lack of confidence in them, but particularly from parents in ensuring that their children are going to be placed. There's an inequality that children in mainstream schools are placed in April and those with SEN are not.
Question.
What reassurance can you give that not only will the department prioritise placing these children, but placing them in a place that is suitable and appropriate for their needs?
Sure.
Speaker, I recently announced a bespoke capital programme when it comes to schools and special educational needs. So not only am I addressing the short-term challenge in terms of school placements this term for September, and we are working through that process, and whilst it's of no comfort to those children and families that still need a place, we are in a better position than last year, but last year was an appalling place, but we are in a better place now compared to then. But I announced a capital programme, a 10-year plan. I announced that we would assess all 39 special schools, and where they need to have enhancement, then they should be prioritised for those enhancement programmes. We announced new builds in Knockevin, Ardnashee, and we've recognised there needs to be 8 new special schools, 4 in Belfast and 4 in other parts of Northern Ireland. So this is a minister and an executive who recognises the challenge, is looking to the longer term in terms of having a strategic approach, but also dealing with the real challenge today for those children and families that need placed in September.
I now call Padraig Delargy.
Deputy Speaker, the recently announced RAISE programme provides a significant opportunity to improve education outcomes for children and young people. It will adopt a whole community approach to supporting those at risk of exclusion, marginalisation and underachievement. This investment will provide funding to some of the most disadvantaged areas in Northern Ireland to ensure that children and young people are happy, learning and succeeding. The programme will also enable the creation of strong collaborative partnerships across schools, community organisations and government departments working across these eligible areas, supporting area-based partnership approaches over the next 2 years and potentially extending further subject to evaluation. Of course, I'm happy to consider other funding opportunities as and when they arise. The Shared Island investment to raise achievement and reduce educational disadvantage is of course very welcome and will enable a significant programme of work. I'm also keen to pursue opportunities for shared working and shared learning from an east-west perspective.
Victor Largy for a supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your answer. We know the fantastic work that schools right across the north do, but it's very clear that there is a gap, a significant gap actually, in educational attainment between the north and the south. What do you identify as the key reasons for that, and how are you going to ensure that that gap is reduced?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, obviously each jurisdiction will measure outcomes in the way in which that they do. I've highlighted how, even in the most recent PISA findings, Northern Ireland is performing within the United Kingdom at a higher level compared to Wales. Some are similar to Scotland, but the trajectory for Scotland is in decline, and they are looking at how they can review their curriculum. I want to make sure that our curriculum is being based upon a specific approach that makes sure Northern Ireland can proceed. So it isn't a case of comparing necessarily Northern Ireland with the Republic of Ireland. Where we can learn from each other as to what the best practice is, that's something that we should do. Where we can learn east-west, again, that's something that we should do, and I'm keen to take the best practice from wherever it exists, either within the United Kingdom or within the Republic of Ireland, or indeed from international best practice. And I met recently at the World Education Forum in London the Education Minister for New Zealand, and we were able to engage and talk about how New Zealand, having had performance levels declining, what they are now doing to change that and the approach that they are taking. So wherever best practice exists, we should learn from it.
I call Alan Chambers.
Question 6, Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Ensuring that all children with special educational needs have a school placement that is appropriate to meet their needs is and will continue to be a primary focus for my department and the Education Authority. Around 60% of children with SEN do not require a statement of special educational needs, and these children apply for a school place through the general schools admission process. 40% of children with SEN have a statement of SEN, and these children follow a different process whereby their school placement is named on their statement based on their individually assessed needs and in consultation with parents and schools. And whilst parental preference is considered, responsibility for the naming of a place rests with the Education Authority. There has been a significant increase in the number of children requiring a specialist education place in recent years, and the struggle to keep pace with demand is well rehearsed. Almost 4,500 children with a statement of SEN require a new or change of placement for September 2024 this year. In February of this year, the Education Authority advised that around 1,000 additional special educational places were required to meet this demand, and significant progress has been made through the creation of additional capacity, and the requirement now stands at around 400 places that need to be established. Significant progress has also been made to secure appropriate placements for all children with special educational needs for September of this year. As of the 24th of June, 83% of children with the statement of SEN have a confirmed place, and this figure is expected to rise significantly by the end of June. However, the situation for September does remain challenging. Particular pressures for special school places and focused work continues to secure additional specialist education places across the entire school estate.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your reply. I'm sure that the Minister would agree that the placement of mainstream transfer pupils can be a stressful exercise, but for special educational needs pupils and their families, it is even more stressful. Hopefully, with the help of this House, he can find resolutions to resolve this situation that he has acknowledged is challenging.
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for those comments? He recognises the efforts that are being made to try and meet the need. That is work that continues because we have to make sure that by September every child does have a place for them, and my department is supporting the Education Authority to do that, and we have taken steps including seeking schools to identify their willingness to provide spaces. We're mapping all of that out. We have surveyed a lot of the schools as to what the need would be to provide any change or to put in specialist provision. And all of that is work that has been taken forward by my department working with EA, and that work will continue because I am determined that by September every child does have a place. I met with the Chief Executive of EA and the target, he said to me, was to make sure every child does have a place by September. But I don't want to be here, Mr Deputy Speaker, next year in the same position because the anxiety and the stress that's placed upon families who still don't know where their child is going to be placed is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for them, it's unacceptable to me, and we need to make sure that when we get through this year that we're not faced with the same scenario next year.
Well, Stephen Dunn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can the Minister join me in commending the 5 schools within my own constituency of North Down that have come forward to express an interest in establishing both new or additional specialist provision classes? Can he outline what impact these will have on SEN pressures locally?
Minister.
And I'll join happily with the member to thank in his constituency those schools that did respond positively, and to all schools who expressed a willingness to provide additional capacity for this year and indeed for future years. It was a very positive response. We had 400 schools indicated a willingness to establish specialist provision classes in response to the survey that my department had issued. Officials engaged with those schools who said that they could establish provision this year, and we're following up with the remainder in the new school term to ensure that provision can be put in place in line with projected need. 6 schools have agreed to establish new specialist provision this year in the Ards and North Down Council area, and that will create 7 additional classes for up to 60 children with social communication needs and learning difficulties who otherwise may not have had access to a suitable school place for September 2024. So I thank those schools for taking the proactive approach that they have taken.
Okay, members, that ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Please note that questions 1, 5 and 9 have been withdrawn, and I call Lough Flynn.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. My question is around if the Minister has any update in terms of the consultation process that's been carried out in West Belfast at the site of the old Suffolk School, primary school. So there's been a consultation around providing additional SEN places. If there's any update on that, thanks.
Sure.
I'm aware of the issue that the member raises in terms of, again, trying to have additional capacity. I'm happy to provide a written update. I don't have the exact details as to where the position currently sits, but I'm more than happy to engage with the member and also to provide more information.
Lough Flynn for supplementary.
No, I thank the Minister for that response, and maybe just as a follow-on, if the consultation is successful and the hope is that we will get some additional provision for this school that's obviously based in West Belfast but will take in kids from right across the areas, have you any sense of even the numbers of, you know, how many we're talking, how much additional places this particular piece of land might provide for you?
Minister.
I don't have the precise details, but what I will say to the member, where consultation process is carried out and where we are able to provide support and it comes to me for a decision, I'll not be found wanting and trying to expedite that as soon as possible, because we recognise that there is a need to provide additional capacity right across Northern Ireland, but there are some areas where there's higher need than others. And where I can support meeting that need, I'll not be found wanting in providing the support that's necessary to do that. But I'll happily provide more details to the member with a more precise update.
Call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, I've recently written to you about the case for Holy Primary School in Marfelt, and the principal has been in contact with me. The school have been requesting a new build at the site for quite a number of years. I wonder if you'd give consideration to that.
Minister.
Always happy to give consideration to new bills. The member has more leverage than I suspect with the Finance Minister to help me to get the funding to do that. But where I can provide support, absolutely I'll provide support, but happy to engage with the member, as I am with, I think, nearly every member corresponds with me about new schools and enhancing their provisions. I always want to do more, and with the right support I'll be able to.
Ms. Sheeran for supplementary.
Thanks, Minister, for that commitment. So some of the classrooms in Holy Family Primary have been in operation since 1890, and there are generations of families who have been using the same classroom, where grandparents were in the exact same building as their grandchildren now are. So in the interim period, could we see some sort of I suppose provision that if it's not a new build straight away, some sort of help to the dilapidated building that is there?
Minister.
If there's any need to make sure a building is safe, of course, the Education Authority will provide that support to do that. The member will know the normal process for new builds, school enhancement programmes. There would be a call put out by the department, then the managing authorities will put forward different schools, and CCMS would put forward a list of schools within that sector, and then there is a criteria that is applied based upon need. So I recognise there is a need to invest in the school estate. I was pleased to secure an additional £80 million this year. That has allowed me to announce 15 new projects, 8 new schools, 7 school enhancement programmes. But could I do more? Yes, I could. If more funding becomes available, then I'll seek to take forward more schemes. I want to provide the support that's needed, and with the support of this House and executive colleagues, I'll be able to do more.
Conor Egan.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister. Special schools, as you know, are a lifeline for many children, and summer schemes are a vital part of this. Could you please give us an update on the funding for summer schemes and special schools for this summer?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for raising the question, because I am aware of the need to provide clarity, and I am pleased to be able to give that announcement today that I will be supporting the enhanced summer provision programme for special schools this year. I understand the importance of this provision for children and young people and their families, and I want to thank our school leaders and their staff for their commitment to the delivery of these activities across the summer period, and I've asked officials to continue working with colleagues across departments, local government and the voluntary and community sector to ensure that summer provisions and out-of-school hours activities are accessible to every child with special educational needs and disability.
Conor Egan for supplementary.
Minister, some schools are already communicating with parents that these schemes won't be able to go ahead. Can you confirm that you will be in contact with schools as soon as possible to confirm this funding and this provision will continue over the summer?
I can confirm that official confirmation will take place, but I've announced today that that is the case. Members will be aware of the very significant financial challenges facing the Department of Education. We are on a projected overspend of £200 million this year. There will be very difficult decisions that need to be taken, but I am determined that children with special educational needs should not be the ones bearing the brunt of the difficult decisions that need to be taken. This scheme is in the region of £655,000, and I've given approval for that expenditure to be incurred this morning.
Question 5 is pointed out as withdrawn, so we move to Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. I know you've touched on it there slightly, but could you give us a further update on the budgetary pressures that your department is facing?
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. The department's resource allocation for 24-25 is significantly less than what is required and leaves a considerable shortfall across the education sector. Education will require substantially more funding during this budget period if we are to avoid a significant and detrimental impact on our children and young people. My department has submitted resource bids totalling £293 million and capital bids totalling £113 million within the June monitoring round. These pressures include, amongst other things, additional funding for our schools, including a much-needed schools maintenance programme, investment in our children and special educational needs, the EA pay and grading review, and a teachers' pay award for September 2024. The inability to fund these pressures in turn could potentially lead to re-intensified industrial action and a return to action short of strike in the autumn, which has been crippling to our education system. However, given the quantum of the sector's need and the funds available for allocation, I anticipate that any additional allocations received in the June monitoring will not meet all my department's inescapable pressures, and many difficult decisions will need to be taken over coming months. I am working through with my officials what options are available and what difficult decisions can be taken, some of which will be cross-cutting, and to that end it will be important that my executive colleagues understand the pressures that education faces.
Cheryl Brownlee for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his very honest response. In terms of the school enhancement programme, I understand that within my constituency there's a number of schools waiting for that to be announced or moved forward. Do you have any more information on where this sits currently and the pressures in terms of budgets for this?
The enhanced summer scheme provisions I have approved, despite all of the financial pressures that my department faces. That funding will be made available and they will be able to go ahead. And I know for many families this is important to them. I also want to take forward those capital programmes. I visited the member's constituency. We've looked at some of the schools within her constituency. And that capital programme we are taking forward. Where I can secure additional funding in the June monitoring round, then I'll be able to update the member and the House of where I'm able to allocate that funding to in due course.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, many of us are concerned that the controlled sector is disadvantaged in that it does not have a specific body to look after its needs. The independent review of education recommended that at the very least there should be a function within EA to do this in a separate directorate. Can you give us an update on where this now sits?
Minister.
Well, the member has articulated well the issues, and I agree entirely with the member, and therefore recognising the concerns that were highlighted by the independent review panel. And I'm committed to ensuring that the controlled sector is given the level of support it requires. I have asked officials working with the Education Authority and the Controlled Schools Support Council to undertake some initial analysis to help me determine how best to proceed. I expect to receive that advice shortly, following which I will bring forward proposals outlining how I plan to address the findings of the independent review. And I can assure the member that while this is a priority area for me, it's important that we take time to ensure that the solutions that we put in place are effective and capable of delivering real change.
Anne Dodds for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, do you believe that it will require legislation to create a separate body for the controlled sector, and that this is potentially in the long run the only way forward to ensure that there is equity between all of the sectors in education?
Sure.
Well, Deputy Speaker, one of the first steps that can be created is for a specific directorate to be created within the Education Authority, because it is the managing authority for controlled schools. It's a particular function that the EA has. It is not the managing authority for all schools. Members will know that CCMS is the managing authority for the Catholic maintained sector, and then we have other sectors that are there for the various needs within the education system, but the controlled schools sit within EA as the managing authority. So that is a change that I want to see, but then I do want to have a managing authority for the controlled schools. Members will know from their experience, certainly I do within my constituency, of the frustration within many controlled schools at the lack of support that they feel exists when it comes to dealing with issues. And therefore it's not acceptable for me that the controlled sector do not get the support that is required, and I'm determined that change will happen in this area.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Speaker. Minister, you recently announced a consultation on school uniform policy, but could you tell the House how you propose to include children and young people in that consultation and how their voices will be heard?
Minister.
So the member will know that in that announcement there is provision online for people to engage in that, but recognising there has to be more detailed engagement with children and young people. The Education Authority will be taking forward stakeholder engagement events to ensure that the voices of children and young people are heard as part of that process.
Stuart Dixon for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you set out school uniform as one of your day one priorities, but given it was a day one priority, why is this review being launched in June at the end of the school year?
Sure.
Well, Deputy Speaker, it has been taken forward and taken forward at pace. So having instructed officials for this consultation to be carried out, the work was undertaken to pull all of that information together. It is out now for consultation. I want to have proposals brought to me by the 30th of October. That will allow me to look at the current guidance, and it will also allow me to take forward the engagement that I need with executive colleagues in terms of the shape of the legislation. So it's important because I've said that this is a priority for me, but more importantly, for parents, this is the #1 issue that comes through in every parent stakeholder engagement when it comes to the financial costs associated with school uniforms. And at a time whenever the cost of living pressures are really squeezing people's incomes, we need to make sure that we're doing everything possible to support those families. The overwhelming majority of schools do follow the guidance which exists, but I have given my support to putting that guidance on a statutory footing, making sure that it is relevant and up to date, and we are also seeking views on what a cap cost would look like, and that is an opportunity for the public to engage as part of that process.
I call Harry Harvey and point out 1 minute to go.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister provide an update in relation to industrial action by support staff? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I was delighted that we had significant progress in terms of the negotiations that were taking place. I met with the trade unions very early in taking up office. I indicated my willingness to engage in partnership because the same issues affecting the trade unions affect me and concern me, and therefore we've had a constructive relationship and we engaged in good faith. They called off their further planned industrial action, and subsequently a package is now being consulted upon within the trade union membership, and I hope that that will be successful. So subject to that positive response, stage 1 of the process will see investment of £52 million this year. That will move everyone onto their new pay scales, taking effect from the 1st of April. And I've been working with the Finance Minister, and we'll be seeking executive approval to meet this investment from the June monitoring round. The second stage of the process is a non-consolidated payment to those staff in post from the 1st of April 2024. It'll be paid in April 2024, or sorry, it goes back to April 2022, and that will be in the region of £80 million, and that will lead to a £2,550 payment, and I think that is welcomed by all members because these staff are incredibly important to the education system. There are classroom assistants, our catering staff, our bus drivers, and I trust that the outworking of the ballot will be successful, and then we can implement this new arrangement.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes our questions to the Minister of Education. We now move on to questions to the Assembly Commission. Members are asked to note questions 3 and 8 have been withdrawn, and I call William Irwin.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sinead Ennis.
Good Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission strives to be an exemplar organisation in terms of sustainable development and has implemented a range of measures to enhance the energy efficiency of Parliament buildings. Recent projects have included the installation of lower powered LEDs in the corridors and the Assembly and Senate chambers. In addition, light sensors have been installed to minimise energy usage when required in toilets and other common areas. The member will be aware that we also replaced the building's old flood lighting system with a new energy-efficient programmable LED system, and we continue to review the time schedules for all of the external lighting that we have control of. The Assembly Commission sets ambitious targets in relation to energy use and is committed to achieving year-on-year reductions. For example, for the reporting year 23-24, we managed a 17% reduction in gas usage and a 2% reduction in electricity usage against the baseline year of 2019-2020. The Assembly Commission's Sustainable Development Office works closely with a number of partners to introduce energy-saving solutions and ensure continuous improvement in our energy efficiency. One such example is working with the Department for the Economy in relation to the geothermal technology on the Stormont estate and investigating possible options for heating.
William Irwin for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for a response. Does the member have any idea, or the member aware of any plans to increase electric charging points at the Parliament buildings?
Dennis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know of any plans offhand at the minute. It is something that is discussed regularly at our Commission meetings, and I'm aware that there aren't enough, and there's maybe problems with the timing that's allowed for electric chargers. So that is something that we will definitely take back to our Commission meetings, and I'm sure there'll be other members that will be eager to hear what the outcome of those discussions are.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question 2, please.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark.
With your permission, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to take questions 2 and 4 together. So can I thank the members for their questions. The ongoing situation with the roof repairs on Parliament buildings is an issue that the Assembly Commission has taken extremely seriously and has reviewed updates of its recent meetings. Until recently, the Assembly Commission has refrained from undertaking a full range of remedial works based on advice that this could prejudice the legal position of the Commission. As the member will be aware, the Commission has issued proceedings against Hamilton Architects and Tracy Brothers for negligence, breach of statutory duty and breach of contract arising from the defects to the roof. The Assembly Commission received advice on February this year due to the ongoing deterioration and associated health and safety concerns, and following the exchange of expert architect and engineer reports with the 2 defendants. The legal position had changed and that the Assembly Commission could now undertake remedial works to address all of the defects. As a result, the Assembly Commission is now moving forward to appoint contractors under a construction and procurement delivery framework to undertake immediate health and safety repairs and to scope out the full range of remedial repairs required. The initial health and safety works will be carried out over the summer. The full remedial works will prevent any further deterioration, address the issues related to the damage to stonework, and will resolve the ongoing issues of water ingress within Parliament buildings. A detailed plan outlining the timetable for these works will be produced following the scoping works carried out in the summer recess. The Assembly Commission will continue its legal action against Hamilton Architects and Tracy Brothers to recover the full costs of these repairs.
Thank you. Call Keith Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank the I was going to call you Minister there, but that'll be a bit much. The member so far for the answer. My question is then, what's the cost, or any idea cost of the remedial works just to make the roof safe?
Trevor Clark.
So, in terms of the current indicative cost for all the necessary remedial works is in the region of 2.4 million. These costs were produced as part of the ongoing litigation process. Accurate costings will only be available when the scope and requirements for these works has been finalised and tendered.
Harry Harvey for supplementary.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. And our previous members mentioned the funding, so I'm just going to mention the timeline. You mentioned that it will be looked at during the summer recess, which is great. So do you think that the works would be fit to be carried out maybe before winter? Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
There's been various conversations in relation to the time frame. We're only now at the position that we can actually do the scoping works and in terms of the full procurement process, but we're anticipating that it will start as soon as possible after the summer recess.
Call Patsy McGlone.
Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clark, for your answer. And I'm glad to see at least some works commencing now to address the problems. Can you advise, please? You referred to remedial works and health and safety works, and any of us who travel the building, like buckets full of water in the middle of a corridor, isn't the ideal situation, and staff working in circumstances where you can clearly see the water ingress right down towards the electrical works. Mr. Clark, can you advise if structural assessment has been made of the damage done to the actual structure of the building itself by persistent water ingress?
Trevor Clark.
There's been various inspections carried out of the building to what nature. Some of this we won't know until some of the areas are uncovered, i.e. stripping back some of the external materials. But the Commission, I can assure the members, the Commission is very exercised about all of this. We would like to have moved much quicker, but following the legal advice, we've had to go at this pace to allow both of those parties that we're seeking legal redress from, to allow them to respond to each stage.
Okay. Members, question 3 has been withdrawn. Question 4 has been answered, so I call Karen McKillum.
Question number 5.
I call Robbie Butler.
I thank the member for her question. The Assembly Commission recognises that supporting a healthy lifestyle is crucial for various aspects of life, including physical health, mental well-being and the overall quality of life. The Assembly Commission encourages its staff and members to avail of sustainable modes of transport, which contributes to a healthy lifestyle. Staff and members are able to take advantage of the Cycle to Work scheme and Get Active, which is TransLink's tax smart scheme for commuter bus travel, and an interest-free loan scheme for annual commuter cards. There's also a bicycle station that has tools for making it easier for staff to cycle to work. I have to commend the member for West Belfast, Jerry Carroll, who zooms up and down here every day on his bike. Staff also have access to the walking trails within the Stormont estate and to an outdoor gym area. In terms of the physical building, the Assembly Commission endeavours to ensure the health, safety and well-being of all those working in Parliament buildings. Offices within Parliament buildings have natural light and ventilation. Workers have access to drinking water throughout the building and are encouraged to take breaks away from their workstation. Display screen equipment assessments are undertaken for those working in the building, which assesses an individual's work environment, including light, ventilation, noise and temperature. Unfortunately, there is little capacity within the building to offer further facilities. In its restaurants, the Assembly Commission aims to provide Parliament building users with healthy eating choices through its catering contract, and this includes a selection of daily menus offering a choice of healthy options, making every attempt to reduce salt, saturated and hydrogenated fat, sugar content and increase fibre content in its menus, and also using the healthiest possible cooking methods.
Killen for supplementary.
So going by his lesson, Robbie, for that response, I actually feel sorry for you having to read that out. To be totally honest. So we can't cycle around Parliament buildings. That's not what I asked. I asked what's happening in Parliament buildings. I appreciate the response you give in relation to food and that. And I do know it's a grade A listed building. But could there not be markers around the floors for people who walk around here, as I do myself, just to let them know? Because that's the question that I particularly wanted an answer to, and appreciate you were given that, but maybe you could bring it back for something a bit more specific. Thank you.
Butler.
There's a lot of answers that I've got here. This one here might talk slightly more directly to your query in regard to maybe distance markers on the floors, if that is perhaps it. And the Assembly Commission recognises that this is a positive suggestion seeking to promote a healthy and active environment and a commitment that the Assembly Commission shares. Given that Parliament Buildings is a Grade A listed building, the Assembly Commission has to be mindful of the architectural integrity and heritage of the buildings. Therefore, placing distance markers on floors or walls of corridors could or would be problematic. However, the Assembly Commission will give consideration to other ways of highlighting the distances around our buildings, and I'm thinking what our schools doing in the Daily Mile, which would be a wonderful initiative, and I certainly, as a Commission member, will personally take that back to the Commission for the member. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Deputy Speaker, I echo what Carolyn McCullen said about admiring Robbie for reading that entire answer out. There are a couple of specific challenges around healthy lifestyle. As fascinating as this building is, it is very, very poorly located in terms of public transport, probably the worst in these islands in terms of legislatures. What more can be done with TransLink to encourage greater connectivity in terms of public transport to Parliament buildings? Number two, can the Commission look at increased shower facilities for people who do choose to either cycle to work? Mr. Carroll was mentioned, but others like myself do try and use the grounds to run, for example, when we get the opportunity. There are very limited shower facilities. Those are two obvious things I think that could be improved. Number one, public transport access to this building, and number two, shower facilities.
Mr. Butler.
I thank the member for his subsequent question. I actually agree with the member with regard to the shower facility. For instance, I'm not sure if the member is aware there are two showers that are located here, but they're coming and have to be shared. Just make sure there's nobody in there when you go in. But I would encourage the members to make use of the wonderful grounds, to get out, to run, to walk, to take it in consideration. But it is a matter for the Commission to take up perhaps with the Infrastructure Minister with regard to his ambition for active travel. Certainly something as leaders we should be setting the example for, but the member will also recognise that this is a historical building with some limitations. However, the Commission will take on board the member's ambition and statements and look into that forum. Thank you.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Butler, for those of us that have suffered the consequences of putting on the storm and stone, what advice would you give to members of this House to keep more active? And is there any plans by the Commission to bring about maybe gym facilities for unfortunate members like myself?
Significant interest in this one, Mr. Butler, so we're waiting here.
You could cycle from Strabane.
Yes, members, there's an offer for you to cycle from Strabane. There is no capacity to build the gym. It's something that I asked actually in 2016. And we do have busy schedules as MLAs, but I would say this, outside of that, we have a duty to ourselves to look after ourselves too. And I think it's not a commission piece of advice, but my own is to join a gym in the first instance and possibly allocate some time. But with regard to what we can do here, it is about, again, that piece that I said about showing that leadership, looking after ourselves, our own well-being and setting that standard. The Commission has that as a priority, and the Commission will continue to look at these items on an ongoing basis, and it would be my ambition that perhaps in the future we might come up with some kind of solution in regard to that.
I call Cathy Mason.
Concordia, question number 6, Lady Hull.
Neil Dennis.
With your permission, I'm going to answer questions 6 and 14 together. So I want to thank both members for their questions and assure members that the security of staff and members working at constituency offices is something that the Assembly Commission does take extremely seriously and has discussed very frequently in recent times. The Assembly Commission recognises we're in a different environment now to when the Assembly was first established, particularly with social media, and is mindful of the experiences of members across the House. The Assembly Commission considered a number of options and has agreed that additional funding will be made available to members for the provision of security measures. As members will be aware, financial assistance is provided through the Assembly Members' Salary and Expenses Determination 2016 as amended by the Assembly Members' Salary and Expenses Amendment Determination 2020. So members currently can claim for health and safety and security measures at their constituency offices either from the £7,000 constituency office operating expenses budget or from their £4,000 establishment expenses budget. Both of these limits were increased in 2020 to reflect the inclusion of security measures in the list of admissible expenditure. The Assembly Commission, though, has agreed further funding should now be made available to members to be used exclusively for the provision of security measures at constituency offices and or members' private dwellings. This additional allowance may also cover the provision of lone worker devices should members elect to purchase these devices for themselves or their support staff. £4,000 will be made available to members for this purpose. Further changes will be required to the determination to give effect to this decision. A revised determination will be published once the specifics of this provision and a number of other administrative changes are agreed. The head of Usher Services has also recently been in contact with PSNI, which has historically taken the lead in terms of personal security matters and crime prevention advice, and the PSNI has provided advice on these matters to members upon request. This has included carrying out survey visits to constituency offices and providing advice and recommendations relevant to personal and physical security measures. The PSNI also provided a briefing for members and their office staff at Parliament buildings on the 30th of April this year. This briefing was well attended and provided an opportunity for members and their staff to seek personal security advice and raise specific issues regarding their personal security.
I ask if you need an extra minute on this answer.
No, I'll finish up. The Assembly Commission officials are currently in discussions with PSNI regarding the possibility of a further briefing session for members at Parliament buildings in the in the autumn. Thank you.
I call Cathy Mason for supplementary.
Given the recent media coverage of security incidents at MP offices, what is the position regarding the provision of personal security advice and funding for members of other parliaments?
Thank you. Assembly Commission officials have been in brief discussions with counterparts at other UK parliaments and the Houses of the Oireachtas, and whilst all have confirmed the provision of funding for member security, including that at constituency offices, only the Scottish Parliament and the Houses of the Oireachtas have released any details. The Scottish Parliament has made provision for up to £5,000 for MSPs for the installation of security measures at constituency offices, with further provision of up to £2,000 for members' private dwellings and £500 for Edinburgh accommodation. The Houses of the Oireachtas currently provides up to a maximum of €5,000 or 50% of actual costs, whichever is the lesser, for measures installed across all of the members' properties.
Entry from David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks for your answer, but can you give us a timeline just on when that additional funding will be available?
Thank you. Yes, I know this is important to members to know when they can actually avail of this. The existing determination has to be changed. The specifics of this new provision are still to be agreed by the Assembly Commission, and once these and a number of other administrative changes are agreed, a revised determination will be considered by the Assembly Commission. It's anticipated that the Assembly Commission will consider a revised determination in September, and members are reminded that in the meantime, should costs arise relating to security measures, these are recoverable under the provisions of the current determination. It's anticipated that if such costs are incurred prior to the publication of a new determination, that they could then be transferred to the new cost provision when the determination is published.
Thank you. Supplementary from Steve Aiken.
And I thank the member for her remarks so far. The member will be aware that many members of our staff have a large degree of disquiet, and particularly in the recent briefings, and I make a declaration of interest, my office has been indeed threatened by paramilitaries. We have had the PSNI have come to our office. They have made recommendations, and the recommendations that the PSNI have made, which are similar for those of a Westminster MP, completely outstrips the amount of money or consideration that support there is likely to be. When will the Commission get serious about this?
I want to assure the member that the Commission is deadly serious about this. Yes, we are. That is why we are, at our last Commission meeting, this was a hot topic, and we've pressed officials to make sure that should, and as I said in the previous answer, should any instances occur, members should feel free to act immediately, not wait to the determination. If I can finish, not wait to the determination in September, and they can recoup those costs once the final determination is made.
I call Mark Durkin. McAllister.
The member for his question. The Assembly Commission strives to be an exemplar organisation in terms of sustainable development and has implemented a range of measures to reduce the carbon footprint and improve the environmental performance of Parliament buildings. Over the recent years, the Commission has introduced rainwater collection for flushing, some toilets, photovoltaic panels and solar thermal tubes. The heating boilers were also replaced with energy-efficient gas boilers at that time, and subsequent to that, the Commission also made modifications and improvements to the building's energy management system, BEMS. We have replaced the light bulbs with more energy-efficient LED lamps and installed hippos in toilets to reduce the amount of water used to flush. The Assembly Commission sets ambitious targets to help reduce our carbon footprint for energy use, waste generated and paper consumption, and is committed to achieving year-on-year reductions. For example, for the reporting year 23-24, we managed a 17% reduction in gas usage and a 35% reduction in paper usage against the baseline year of 19-20. Working with the Stormont Estate Maintenance Unit and the waste contractor, we have zero waste to landfill policy. The Assembly Commission's Sustainable Development Office works closely with a number of partners to introduce energy-saving solutions and ensure continuous improvement. One such example is working with the Department for the Economy in relation to the geothermal technology on the Stormont Estate and investigating possible solutions for heating.
Durkin for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank Ms McAllister for that answer that contains a lot of good news and positive actions that the Assembly has taken. The new energy management system is certainly very efficient. It still manages to make this place unbearably warm. But could Ms McAllister outline to us or undertake to bring back to us a report on how the Assembly Commission is progressing towards the eradication of single-use plastics in Parliament buildings?
McAllister.
I thank the member for that question. This was an issue that did arise before my time in the Assembly Commission, and I understand that there will be and there should be progress on it, and I can commit that this will be brought onto the agenda for the forthcoming Assembly Commission meeting again.
Okay. Members, as previously indicated, question 8 has been withdrawn, so we move to Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you. Question 9.
Trevor Clark.
Okay, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for her question? The Assembly Commission recognised the importance of a family-friendly working environment as it contributes to a healthier, more engaged and productive workforce, whilst enhancing the organisation's reputation and competitiveness. However, the Assembly Commission also recognises that there are particular challenges to a family-friendly working environment in Parliament institution where there is a need to be responsive to developments, and it's not likely always to be possible to do this within the office, strictly within office hours. The Assembly Commission has a number of policies for its employees to avail of. These include the hybrid working policy, which offers the staff the opportunity to work from home where possible, carefully balanced against the realities of business need and the importance of colleagues being together for strong team dynamics, and a staff hours at work policy, which affords staff the opportunity to accrue additional time worked, which can be taken during recess or within business whenever business require. There is also the special leave policy, which gives the staff the statutory right time of care for dependents. From the member's perspective, the Assembly Commission's remit relates solely to the provision of allowances to enable the members to exercise their functions as members. The Assembly Commission has therefore agreed to provide additional support to a member who is absent due to parental leave to carry out the constituency work that the member would otherwise have undertaken. It is intended that the provision is incorporated into a new determination which is to be considered by the Assembly Commission in September. The Assembly Commission is also aware that there are likely to be issues relating to members' work here in Parliament buildings arising from periods of maternity or paternity leave, adoption leave or shared parental leave. There is limited provision for the members' absences in the standing orders as regards, for example, participating in debates and voting. Procedural matters in the first instance would be for the Committee on Procedures. Such issues are not within the responsibilities of the Assembly Commission, and for instance, the proposal to allow a replacement member for this to place cover for a period of parental leave would be required of a change to the 1998 Act and outside the remit of the Commission.
Does the member need an additional minute for this?
If possible, sorry, I should have indicated.
Of course, yeah.
Mr. Speaker. The Assembly Commission has no role in determining the salaries or pensions payable to members. However, it should be noted that the salary of a member is not reduced as a result of deciding to take parental leave. Members have previously asked for the provision of a childcare facility in Stormont Estate, and following inquiries by the Assembly Commission, the Department of Finance confirmed in September 23 that it had no immediate plans for a childcare facility on the Stormont Estate. The Assembly Commission has considered the matter further since, but remains open to exploring cooperation on such a project, but without other partners, the viability of this proposal is questionable.
For supplementary.
I thank the member for his response there. Could you provide some more detail just in terms of the parental leave, especially for those caring for a child with a disability?
Robert Clark.
So the Commission has looked at this in detail, but in the first instance, the first one that the Commission is bringing forward and consideration is for maternity, paternity, adoption. In the first instance, we think this would be easier and less complicated, but the Commission is going to do another piece of work following this for other opportunities in terms of general leave for members, particularly with parental responsibilities or indeed sickness. But we believe that work will be slightly more complex and will take a longer period of time to get us that work through. So in the short term, we're actually going for those other ones that I've already indicated.
Call Andrew McMurray.
Question 10, please.
Nuala McAllister.
I thank the member for his question. Financial assistance for members is provided under the provisions of the Assembly Members' Salaries and Expenses Determination NI 2016, as amended by the Assembly Members' Salary and Expenses Amendment Determination NI 2020. This determination enables members to recover those costs incurred on carrying out their Assembly duties, including providing constituent services through the establishment of a constituency office. Currently, members may claim the costs of making adjustments to the constituency office for persons with a disability, which were not covered in the terms of the lease. These may be claimed either from the constituency office operating expenses, otherwise referred to as COOE, and establishment expenses provision. These allowances are capped either at $7,000 annually for COOE or at $4,000 over the course of a mandate for establishment expenses. The provisions of the determination are such that it does not prescribe the nature of adjustments that may be claimed for, so this should be taken to cover any cost required but not covered in the terms of the lease. The financial assistance provided under the determination is to cover the costs that members incur wholly and exclusively in carrying out their Assembly duties. While the determination makes specific reference to adjustments at the office, this should not be taken to be exclusively the only cost that may be claimed. Should a member incur other costs associated with providing constituency services to people with disabilities, these costs may also be claimed from the annual COOE budget. This may include, but not be limited to, sign language or interpretation services.
McMurray for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What plans are there to consider further adaptations to Parliament buildings to improve accessibility?
Thank the member for his question. The Commission is very aware of the need to ensure that Parliament buildings is accessible for people with disabilities, and a number of alterations and improvements have been carried out for that purpose in recent years, including the installation of external and internal access ramps, alterations to staircases and lifts, the installation of the changing places facility, and upgrading of hearing loop systems, and the provision of automatic opening doors in the basement, ground floor and first floor corridors. The Head of Facilities Management has commenced discussions with the Department of Finance Property Division on the commissioning of a disabled access survey to determine if there are further improvements that should be made to enhance accessibility within Parliament buildings. And following completion of this survey, Building Services will examine possible improvements and consult with members as necessary.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question 11, please.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for her question. Under the terms and conditions of the contract, which commenced in January 2023, staff employed in Parliament buildings for the delivery of catering, cleaning and porterage and related help desk services are directly employed by Aramark. Therefore, terms and conditions of employment are a matter solely for Aramark. Staff are paid in line with Aramark's rate of pay submitted as part of its successful tender bid, and if necessary, when the living wage rate per hour is statutory reviewed. As such, discussions on pay enhancement for staff are exclusively between Aramark and their employees.
McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you for your answer. Will the Commission ensure that any contractors engaged to deliver these services, catering and cleaning services, are assessed on the terms and conditions that they offer their employees? I think we need to show leadership there, and I think that, you know, if we are promoting within the economy vision good jobs, that we need to make sure that we have a framework for assessing any contractors on that criteria.
Quick reply, Mr Butler, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for her supplementary. The Commission obviously takes a number of considerations when we're discussing these things. One of those was actually a number of contractual options, including bringing the staff, providing the services under the employment of the Assembly Commission or in-house. These were included in the business case considered by the Assembly Commission, but that option wasn't selected as the Assembly Commission does not possess the expertise, neither the technology or the external upstream partners. But the member's point is a good one, and that's one that we will take back to the Commission to ensure that it's something that we consider in every negotiation. Thank you.
Members, that concludes questions to the Assembly Commission. Members, item 5 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Robbie Butler to raise the matter of traffic chaos affecting villages in Lough Neagh Valley. I call Robbie Butler, who is up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't need to move this. Did I just get up and make my debate? Yes? Yep. Thank you. I'll let you maybe change chairs if that's okay.
We got the Minister. I think we're good to go. Okay. Has he? 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving us his time here today. And thank you to those that have turned up today to discuss an issue that strikes at the very heart of community safety and societal well-being. And as the traffic chaos around villages, particularly in Lough Neagh Valley, but right across Northern Ireland. And today I'm going to speak particularly in regard to Royal Hillsborough, Moira and Dromore. Lough Neagh Valley, as we all know, and I know the Minister will know, is renowned for its beauty and its vibrant community spirit. Yet these very qualities are under threat from an escalating traffic crisis that demands our immediate attention. I want to begin, however, by addressing a tragedy that deeply affected us all, and that was the heartbreaking loss of a 1-year-old baby boy in Moira in 2023. This devastating incident is a poignant reminder of the urgent need to enhance pedestrian safety across all of our villages, and in particularly those in Lough Neagh Valleys we're discussing today. But tragically, It's not an isolated case, and numerous other serious accidents and an alarming number of daily near misses underscore the dangerous conditions of our roads. Since 2016, I have consistently raised concerns with the Department regarding the volume of heavy goods vehicles travelling through Culcavy via Royal Hillsborough. And the impact of these large vehicles on our narrow roads is profound. They pose significant risks to pedestrians, cyclists and other motorists, and their presence is simply incompatible with the quaint pedestrian-friendly nature of our villages. The historic village of Moira is hampered on a daily basis by horrendous traffic queues which extend way back onto the M1 country bound. This evidently is not what anyone wants, and I know it's not what the Minister wants. Drivers sit for an hour or more to travel half a mile, and cars tail back onto the motorway, and it's simply increasing driver and traffic risk. It's bad for the environment, and it's hugely inconvenient. On-street parking is another critical issue, which is worsened by the limited availability of off-street parking in Moira, Hillsborough and Dromore. This situation creates dangerous conditions where parked cars obstruct visibility and force pedestrians to navigate perilously close to moving traffic. Every day, the safety of our residents, especially children and the elderly, is compromised. The regrettable consequences of the draft BMAP plan have further exacerbated our challenges. This plan has led to what can only be described as uncontrolled building without the necessary infrastructure to support the additional pressures on our roads. And the result is increased traffic volume and congestion, which places an unsustainable strain on our already overburdened road network. We must confront the reality that unless we find solutions to alleviate this chaos, we risk hastening the deterioration, destruction and collapse of our roads, pathways, environment and waterways. So how can we continue to call Lagan Valley one of the most desirable places to live in Northern Ireland when our residents' safety is continually at risk? But to address these pressing issues, we need a comprehensive and immediate strategy that includes an enhanced traffic calming measures, implementing perhaps speed bumps, chicanes and other traffic calming solutions to reduce vehicle speeds, particularly in residential areas and near schools. HGV restrictions, enforcing stricter regulations on the movement of HGVs through villages, village centres to mitigate the risks that they pose. Improved parking solutions, developing additional off-street parking facilities to alleviate on-street parking chaos. Infrastructure development, which ensures that any future development is accompanied by necessary infrastructure to support increased traffic, including better road designs and pedestrian pathways. Most importantly, perhaps, or certainly up there, is community engagement, which would involve local residents in the planning process to ensure their voices are heard and their safety prioritised. And I know the member for Lagan Valley is with me today, Mr Honeyford, and we were at a residents' meeting in Hillsborough last week where the overriding call that they made was for that community engagement. Regular safety audits, conducting regular safety audits of our roads and pathways to identify and address potential hazards promptly. But as I close, I just want to honour again the memory of those we've lost by committing today to make our roads safer, particularly around Lagan Valley. And it's not just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of life and death. Together we can work towards a future where the beauty of Lagan Valley is matched by the safety and well-being of its residents. I believe we must act now to preserve the charm and appeal of our villages and ensure that Lagan Valley remains a desirable and safe place to live for generations to come. And I want to again thank the Minister for his attendance, and I look forward to hearing his response.
And I call on Paul Given.
Deputy Speaker, and on speaking on this issue, I want to highlight, I suppose, some concerns, but also to point to where there has been significant progress that has been made in Lagan Valley over the years. And of course there have been fatalities, and all of those as a family that have been deeply impacted. And there have been people who have been seriously injured on our roads throughout the Lagan Valley constituency. It's about how we then seek to find those solutions, working with the Department for Infrastructure, the community organisations, and also when it comes to how you develop new housing areas and how you can tie in developer-led schemes. When I was first elected back in 2010 and was speaking in this House, one of the biggest areas that we campaigned upon was the LD1 development zone in Lisburn. And that was along the Prince William Knockmore Road, where we had thousands of houses given approval. And as part of the condition attached to that was to improve junctions. The Ballinderry Knockmore Road crossroads, the Prince William Knockmore Road junction, the Ballymacash Prince William Knockmore junction were three significant junctions that were tied in to a condition of that development. And those conditions were not enforced. And this actually goes back when I met with Danny Kennedy, who was the minister at the time, and I wasn't able to get the progress that was needed back then. So that's how far back this goes. And houses continued to be developed despite being in breach of that condition, and the planning authority wasn't enforcing it, and then it transferred to the local councils who took on responsibility. They didn't enforce it, and then you had this exponential increase in traffic volumes. So over the years, we then engaged to try and get those junctions improved, and I remember going past that Ballinderry Road junction, and a gentleman had just been knocked over and sadly passed away, and I can visualise looking at that body as I drove past, frustrated that we still hadn't improved that junction. We got the junction improved, we worked with the road service, they worked with the then road service as it was called, the developer designed the scheme, traffic lights all put in, much safer. Then we got to the Prince William Knockmore Road junction beside Laurel Hill Community College. Again, this was a multi-million-pound enhancement. We got it delivered. Then at the Prince William Ballymacash Road, only in the past number of weeks, completed another major scheme, which we then tied into a housing development in the Ballymacash area in order to achieve that. So whilst I certainly agree there is traffic problems within the Lagan Valley constituency, it's about how you go about finding solutions. I've worked over the years with colleagues to get those solutions, but more needs to be achieved. And I look at those three major junction improvements. I look at the North Feeder Lisburn Road that was put in many years ago. All of them were developer-led contributions. They weren't funded by the taxpayer, none of them. And so the question and the challenge, I think, is why are all these schemes being funded by developers? On the one hand, I agree, but on the other, it also adds cost to purchasing the house. So we need to look at the balance between developer-led and publicly funded. To the credit of the Road Service and Department for Infrastructure, I think now of the Ballinderry crossroads with the Lasue Moneybroom Road, a dangerous junction. Road Service stepped in, widened it, has significantly improved that to provide safety. And I think there's examples where the taxpayer is stepping in and changes have been made. But I do share the frustration when I see the daily commute through Moira to Marylin to Dollingstown and on into Lurgan. And I think of the lost opportunity, as there has been a significant increase in housing, not to have had a bypass put in place in Moira. That isn't there. So are we ever going to have a publicly funded bypass put in place? I certainly would support it, but I also know the significant expenditure that would be involved in that. I know from the public meeting in Hillsborough, my colleague Jonathan Buckley was there and addressed those that were in attendance. And again, we recognised the frustration that residents were outlaying around future housing development. And this is the balance, allowing development in areas, but knowing that it creates an increased demand on an already overstretched roads network. And how do we make that safe for people? So they are the challenges. I know the Minister will want to support us in Lagan Valley to try and address some of these issues. So there has been good work. There are challenges that remain, but I'm certainly committed in working alongside the Minister and colleagues to find those solutions, because that's what the public expect of us in Lagan Valley, not just to point out the problem, but to identify the solution.
Thank you, Paul. And I call on David Honeyford, and you have up to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate, and I welcome the comments that Robbie and Paul have said around the law, and associate myself with the comments around the loss in devastating circumstances last year in Moira, and there's been others around the area. As been said, we have a real problem in our villages in Lagan Valley, and that's evidently seen in Hillsborough and Moira, but it's also other problems and other traffic issues in other villages. And this isn't a problem that has happened all of a sudden. This is the outworking of decisions to build and extend housing in these villages 20-25 years ago. But importantly, it's not the building of houses, it's building without the vision and upgrading of the infrastructure to support those houses around the area. Large amounts of land was zoned for housing without adequate public transport investment or connections or road infrastructure capable of carrying the levels of traffic. And Paul's just mentioned the Moira and the bypass. You know, that I appreciate and would always support. Something needs to be done there, but that it's like we're doing it after. We're doing this after rather than this should have happened first. And it's that vision of putting in the infrastructure first and then allowing housing rather than the other way around. Our village centres are just been expected to be able to cope, and in Hillsborough it's been destroyed by heavy goods vehicles using the main street as a shortest route through. You know, these streets were designed to carry a horse and cart. They're Georgian buildings that were built without foundations, so they vibrate whenever the large lorries travel through there. And I appreciate there's lorries that need to drop off goods and things to the businesses there, but there are others, and the majority of these are using this as a way through, and something has got to be done. And I know that's something that the Minister has on his desk. Is certainly something that we've raised previously with the Permanent Secretary. But even in new housing areas, and I have to compliment DFI on this, in Aquaculture there was a stretch of road and there was a weight limit on the road, and heavy goods vehicles were using that because it was the simplest, easiest way for them to get. Now this was a distribution company that's just down the road that also provide a lot of jobs and employment for the area. So it's that balance, and DFI did, to their credit, upgrade that road and sort the problem and allow the residents to live in peace with the road upgraded. But that should have been done within a planning process previously. It shouldn't be retrospectively having been done. And when we look at the new local development plan that came through, we've zoned a large amount of land at Redress, which is effectively creating a new village in Lough Neagh Valley, and there's a new link road planned from Sprucefield up to the Moira Road. Off the top of my head, that land's approximately 3,500 houses to be built, and a single developer came forward with an application for a new road and building housing approximately half of that land. And I supported the road application, but I actually went up against in the planning process. Actually, it was the DUP MP, and at that time, or still, for the housing, I went against the housing application, and the reason was simply that we're starting a problem here again. We've got a problem in Hillsborough, Moira, and everywhere else, and here we go yet again from the start. We're hitting out, we're building houses outside of a development plan. There was some of those houses were in a floodplain. We were given too much economic land over to housing, so we were losing the opportunity for jobs. But fundamentally, we weren't providing any social housing in the area at all, was the proposal. Now, they did compromise and come to 10%, which is still way beyond what is needed in our area. And secondly, there was no school provision or GP provision. So that wider infrastructure for a new community that we're building was been completely lacking. And we have our problem in our villages because of those decisions 20 years ago, and we can't start that cycle again. And I appreciate that the department did call that in and overturn that decision. But Saoirse and I and our council team, and to be fair, every elected member in Lough Neagh Valley has been trying to raise these issues and bring solutions. Hillsborough, the weight limit is something that could be, I think, simply implemented by the department. It was previously the minister had, or the previous minister had agreed to that to happen, and it didn't happen. It didn't. I think this place collapsed and it didn't happen. And then we have parking problems there as well, and we need to look at that. If we're using Hillsborough as a tourist thing, we need to look at parking and being able to get in and out of that village in a much simpler, easier fashion. And we've had residents with the Permanent Secretary when this place wasn't running or functioning, and Saoirse and I have lobbied hard on these. But you know, Moira, and I'm going to raise it again because I can raise it every time, but that connectivity between the village and the train station, extending that park and ride, we absolutely fundamentally support and needs to happen as soon as possible. But we also need to link the village to that park and ride so people can walk and cycle safely and in a lit environment, to try and give a solution to using the car, that where public transport is an offering that is available and easy to access. And there's no quick, easy, Paul's mentioned the bypass, and it's not a simple thing to do. It's not, and we appreciate, but there are things that can be done to help, and I think we should be doing all that we can to get the work and give a safe environment for everybody. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed.
Deputy Speaker, I want to thank Mr Butler for instigating this important debate on traffic issues affecting villages in the Lagan Valley constituency, and thank those other members who have contributed. The two key transport corridors across the area, the AM1 and the A1, connect Lagan Valley to the regional strategic transport network, which provides long-distance connections to our cities, our main towns, and to major gateways. The Belfast to Dublin railway line also intersects Lagan Valley, offering access not only to Belfast and Dublin, but also other locations such as Newry, Lisburn, Bangor and Derry. The routes are strategically important to the economy of our island and also to the businesses and residents. However, while bringing economic benefits, the popularity of these roads also contributes to some of the traffic issues outlined by members in this debate. While Lagan Valley benefits from these transport connections, accessibility to across the north, its proximity to the Belfast metropolitan area also means that there are many people travelling through Lagan Valley as a gateway to Belfast. I'm aware that this brings challenges in relation to high traffic volumes in those villages that are really close to key junctions with the A1 and AM1 respectively, most notably in Royal Hillsborough and Mara. While much of the traffic in these villages is locally generated, there is still a significant proportion of traffic which passes through the villages to access the A1 and AM1 routes. I'm acutely aware of how excessive traffic volumes can adversely affect residents' enjoyment of their own areas, and I fully acknowledge the frustration of commuters and the local community who are impacted by this. Our towns and villages, as members have said, should be pleasant and, more importantly, safe places to live and work. Turning to road safety, one of the consequences of high traffic volumes in our towns and villages that concerns me most is the impact on road safety. Road safety is an issue that impacts all of us in our everyday lives. While we have personal responsibility to travel in a way that keeps ourselves safe, we must also appreciate our shared responsibility to other road users. My department's role in contributing to that responsibility is very important to me. Unfortunately, road safety statistics have been following a very worrying trend. Last year, 71 people died on our roads. This is the highest figure in the past 8 years, and significantly higher than 2022, when 55 lost their lives. I'm also aware of the number of serious road traffic collisions that have occurred across Lagan Valley in recent years. At the forefront of our mind, and members have mentioned, is the tragic death of an infant in Mara in 2023. I knew the family, and I know the devastating consequences that has had on that family. Every life lost is a tragedy for those involved, and this is why road safety is one of my highest priorities as Infrastructure Minister. One of the best ways to ensure safety on our roads and fulfil the long-term goal of eliminating death and serious injury by 2050 is by changing road user behaviour. As road users, we have all personal responsibility to behave in a way that keeps ourselves and others safe. The sad reality is that if we do not change our own attitudes when using the roads, our death toll will continue to rise. Historically, our transport network has been designed for the private car. However, there is global acceptance that this approach is no longer sustainable, and a more sustainable modes of transport should be promoted. Our transport system is a key enabler and is critical for most aspects of our lives, and I am very aware of the impact that excessive traffic congestion can have on residents, particularly in terms of accessibility, air quality and noise. To help address these issues, my department is developing a transport strategy and a suite of transport plans that will set a framework for making transport policy and investment decisions up to 2035. The plans will aim to drive improvements to our transport network and favour sustainable modes such as active travel and transport plans. In developing these transport plans, we will consider how transport can support safe, inclusive and connected towns and villages, including those in Lagan Valley. I am very aware and sympathetic of the long-standing desire of Royal Hillsborough residents to reduce the volume of HGV traffic going through the village, primarily with a view to improving road safety, but also to reduce the impact these vehicles have on the local environment within Hillsborough. I understand that over the past few years there has been a number of proposals to implement a weight limit in the village in order to reduce the volume of HGV traffic, and I am aware that the most recent suggestion proposed a weight limit for the whole village, including Carnray Road and part of Carnray. Such a proposal would require HGVs to divert onto other local roads around the village. To fully understand the impact of this proposal, my officials have commissioned an assessment of suitability of the possible alternative routes for HGV traffic. This work will help inform the relative merits of the weight limit proposals, in particular the impacts on road safety both within the village and on the surrounding road networks. I am pleased to inform members that the alternative route study was carried out in June, and I expect the outcome of this assessment to be with my officials by autumn this year, and I will report to members on its findings. In regards to pedestrian crossings, as I mentioned earlier, road safety is one of my highest priorities. I am aware that within the past 3 years there have been 2 road traffic collisions in Hillsborough which have resulted in serious injuries to pedestrians, and I am also aware that an elderly lady was injured by HGV in October last year. I fully appreciate the importance of having safe pedestrian crossings facilities within the village. I understand that Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council are taking forward a proposal for a public realm scheme in the village. In developing the scheme, my officials have and will continue to work with the council to provide enhanced pedestrian facilities within the village. I am also aware that a meeting with officials last November, representatives from the local village district committee requested the provision of controlled crossings at 3 locations in the village, including on the main street, at the Plough Inn and the local primary school. I am pleased to report that my officials have recently carried out pedestrian crossing surveys and are now considering the findings of these surveys to ascertain the most appropriate locations for enhanced pedestrian facilities within the village. Turning to Mara, I am also aware of the long-standing concerns of Mara residents about traffic congestion and road safety in the village. In Mara, I note there have been 15 reportable collisions within the village in the last 3 years, and 5 of these have resulted in death or serious injury. An extremely worrying statistic, though, as all members know, behind every statistic is a person and a family. My department's focus in recent years has been on mitigating the effects of through traffic on the village and improving road safety. My officials commissioned consultants to consider options to improve traffic flow within Mara, especially during the morning and evening peak times, and as a result carried out the signalisation of the main street, Meeting Street Junction, and road marking scheme to provide right turn pockets into local retail sites and a garage outlet between Backwood Road and Old Kilmore Road Junction. In addition to this, my officials are currently considering how the road layout can be improved at the junction of Meeting Street and Main Street in the village. The future transport needs of Mara Village will be considered as the part of the Eastern Transport Plan being developed by my department. The plan will take into account the growth and ambitions of Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council and other councils in the catchment area, as has been mentioned earlier in the debate. We have to work towards with a plan in mind rather than simply adding on without a plan. The plan will be advanced in conjunction with the local development plans of the 5 councils, which includes Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, and will be subject to full public consultation. Further information in regards to this can be found on my department's website. In the meantime, in the interim, my officials will continue to monitor traffic and road safety issues within the village. In closing, I'd like to thank Robbie for bringing the adjournment debate to the House and for all those who have contributed to the debate this evening. I can assure members I will continue to work with them and the local community within Lough Valley to carry out whatever measures we can within the limited resources and finances that are available to my department to improve road safety and improve the lifestyles of those people who live within the villages of Lough Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, and may I thank the Minister and those who took part in the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.